Welcome to this tutorial. We are going to have a look at OP-X PRO-II. First on, you can see I have loaded the rack edition. Size huge in this case. We have a full HD screen here in an iMac. And let's just quickly compare to the standard version, the synth version. I've loaded this one as a VST plugin. I've installed this one side by side. I've loaded this one in Reaper. As you can see, it's about the same size from the area. By the way, it's the large version of the synth interface edition, and you can see it's from the area it's roughly the same size than as the rack edition version, but as you clearly can see, the controls on the rack edition are much larger in the same size, about 40% larger. The reason for this, of course, is because you don't have these empty chassis areas, you have no keyboard, you really only have the stuff you need to program, to pick up sounds, to play. So we think this version is the better version all in all. First of all, for programming, and it's also more modern. But of course you can do exactly the same with both. They both sound exactly the same. They offer the exact same features. So you can switch from one to the other and everything remains the same. You can access the same banks, etc. One other difference is the way they present a loaded bank. In the case of the synth edition, this is a scrollable list. As you can see, this one can show only 34 presets at once, and to reach all the 128 ones that come in a loaded bank, you have to scroll. While as in the rack edition version, you have all 128 ones at once in front, which in our opinion is much more convenient, much better. Regarding the controls, you might have noticed that things had to be rearranged a bit. The main blocks, as you can see, the tuner block, control block, modulation block, oscillators, filter, envelopes, and the additional buttons row are the same. You can find them here again. It's a tuner block, control block, modulation. As you can see, we put the filter block on top because it's the one you will reach the most, more than the oscillators, which is below. Again, the envelopes at the top right, and the additional buttons are at the bottom. These are the ones you probably reached not that often. But the other controls, additional controls, we had to take away. We had to put them together in some new groups to fit this area. As you can see, these here are the panning controls for the voice channels 1 to 6, which in the synth version can be found here. The panning modulation knob is this one, which you can find here in this case. And what also perfectly fitted in this area were these small trimpots for a the filter envelope, decay and release, and for portamento, which in the synth edition version you find one portion here. These are the trimpots for the filter envelope, decay release, and this one here is the portamento. In the rack edition they are all grouped here. Another difference is you can see these here, the lever, LFO, aftertouch control, envelope modulation for oscillators and pulse width, a master tune. These are these controls in the synth edition version. As you can see, these remain in this group. The voice mutes are in this section, can be found in this section. And now the Arpeggiator control in the synth edition version is this group here. And we've put this one together with the lever controls, which in the synth edition version can be found here. We put this one together in this section here. So like this, everything found its place perfectly, and it's the same control, same function, just placed a bit differently. In the top bar, it's all more or less the same when we compare. The only button you won't find in the rack edition version is this one. This is for parallel processing. We can come back to this one later. This control in the rack edition version can be found within, when you open the edit area of the presets, you can find this button here. Okay, these are the differences between the two versions. Now each of the two versions, rack edition and synth edition, both come in 3 sizes. As said, this one here is the huge size of the rack edition version, which is the biggest one, while in this screen the largest synth edition version is the large one, and that fits because it needs more area than the rack edition version. So what we're going to do before we go into the details, one thing I forgot before we're going to check the different sizes. You may have noticed in the rack edition version that it has these white square buttons here, and you also find the one here and here, of course. And these little buttons, also this one is new, these little buttons in fact are actual buttons for functions that previously were hidden a bit in the synth edition version, which also was criticized, of course, because it's not really convenient. But when you know where they are, they act exactly the same. For example, in the pans control, you actually have hidden 6 presets for panning. When you click on these numbers, you can see here this is stereo, this is perfect, this is all left, this is left, right, left, etc. Different versions. And you can You can do perfect mono by clicking on the voice, as you can see, words, and you can do a common spread when you click on the pans word and drag the mouse upwards and downwards vertically. And in the rack edition version, these are all dedicated controls. You can see perfect mono, convenient spread stereo, all left, then various different patterns like this one, and you can do the spread with this little trim pot. It's all the same. You have the hidden controls here as dedicated controls. The same for hidden controls, like when you want the master tune to return to its original state in the center. In the synth edition, this was a hidden feature. When you click on tune, you can see it goes back. And in the rack edition version, this now is an actual button, and you can see, and click here, it returns. The same for envelope modulation. You could set them back to 0 by clicking on this one or this one, as you can see. And in the rack edition version, you can do this the same with these two. Another hidden, I know one thing I forgot is the controls to reset the tunings to standard detuning. Note that perfectly in center, this does not mean tuned. We come to this back later. This means this is the standard detuning. In the synth edition version, well, the first one I'm going to set them to a different state. And so when you want it to return to the original, to the standard detuning, you had to click into this small area on the left in the synth edition version. You can see, and when you clicked on this little area here on the right, the trim pots, they were set to perfectly tuned. So all voice channels, one voice channel has two voices, are perfectly tuned, all hidden here. And in the rack edition version, you can see you have actual controls for this, not anymore hidden. Another hidden feature in tuning feature in the synth edition version was when you had the multi-mode filter, when you had the controls. Oh no, not this one, but these here, set to something that's not low pass. You could click. Now you can see I have to remember myself. You had to click on this one, Oscillators, and you can see they return to the perfectly 0 state, which is the state, the normal low pass state. While in the rack edition version, we do the same here, put these to a different state. You have an actual little button again to do the same. As you can see, when I click here, they return once more, which really is very handy when you are in a different state and you quickly want to return to the low pass mode, which is probably the mode you most of the time will use. Okay, next step before we go into the details of the synth itself, on the features. We are going to have a look how we install the different interfaces. As said, each of the two come in 3 versions, in three sizes. This one is the huge size of the rack edition interface, which is the largest, while this one is the middle, the large version of the synth interface. The huge interface wouldn't fit here in the screen. We can see this afterwards. And so what we're going to do, I'm quickly going to quit this one again. Now we're going to install a different interface, the different interfaces, to see how you can do this. For this you have to quit the sequencer, so I'm going to quit Logic. Don't save. We can put this back. I've installed both the standard synth interface version package and the rack edition version package. So to begin, we are going to we're going to install the very old, the smallest version of the synth interface version. So generally said, you always have the smallest version of the 3 in the root area of the package, while in the larger interface installers folder you'll find the 2 larger ones, namely the large installer and the huge installer. And the same of course for the rack edition. Rack edition here, so the smallest in the root area and the 2 larger ones, large and huge, in the folder. And now when you want to know how they look in the actual screen before you install them, you go to this site, the product site of OP-X PRO-II. You scroll down until this section here. You click on here, and here you can see how they look in a 27-inch iMac screen. So this one is a standard, the smallest one of the synth interface, the large version and the huge version. The same for the rack edition interface, so the smallest, the large and the huge one. Here you also can see how much pixels they consume in a screen, how they compare in size, etc. All infos you need. Okay, so now let's return to installing. So first on, we're going to install the smallest version of the synth interface, which actually is the original interface. If you want, a few years back only this one existed, so we're going to install this. When you're coming from downloading the packages, the first time you double click the installer, as I do now, you will see that the system will block installation. So for the first time, right click or control and click, choose open, then again open. Now simply install, insert your password, as you can see, this is very quick. And now I highly recommend to keep the installers so that you don't have to re-download every time you want to install a new interface. So now let's go back to Logic. We're going to launch Logic to check the interface that is installed now. So we're going to launch OP-X PRO-II. As you can see, this is the old small version of the synth interface, which might be large enough for a small laptop, but for sure not for a big screen. So for this screen here, Full HD, we're going to install the large version of the synth interface first on. For this, we again quit Logic. So to install the large version, we go into this folder, larger interface installers, and we are going to install the large installer. The huge would be too large. We can for this screen we can check this one afterwards that you can see how it looks. So let's install this one. Same again. Open, continue, install, enter password. It's all very quick. You can see it's done already. Again, keep the installer. So now let's again launch Logic to see if this is any bigger, which actually should be the case. As you can see, okay, it's much bigger. In fact, this size of the synth interface version probably is the right version for this type of screen. So just to show you how big the huge version of the synth interface, we are going to install this one nevertheless. So again, quit Logic. So install the huge version. Same again. Open, continue, install, enter password, install software, close, keep. Okay. Now this one won't fit the screen, as you will see. It will be too large, but we're nevertheless going to launch it so that you can see it. As you can see, it's much too large. But have a look at the controls here, the size of the controls. In fact, the huge version, so the biggest version of the rack interface, has this size, the same size of the controls, and they fit because there's no keyboard, no empty chassis area. So but in the synth version, this one is simply too big. So let's again quit Logic. Can't use this, it's unusable. So we've seen the synth interface version, so let's go ahead and install the rack version. I'm first going to install the smallest one again. So for the first time, right click or Control plus click, open, continue, install, enter password, close, keep, launch Logic. So as you can see, the keyboard has gone, or the empty chassis area has gone, and In fact, you could use this one in this screen. Probably the smallest one, however, is more convenient for a laptop computer with a smaller screen. So let's have a look how the large version looks. So again, going to quit logic. So we're going to the larger interfaces installers folder again. We're going to install the large one. Open, continue, continue, install. Oops, didn't type the password correctly. Keep. So let's check how this one looks. As you can see, it's larger. It's quite a bit larger, but as you can see, it still could be even larger in this size of screen. So let's go ahead and install the largest one, the huge one, which is the one I actually showed in the first place. And that's also the one we're going to keep on later. Okay. Open, continue, continue, install. Still install software. Close. Again, keep installer. So let's have a look. Now, as you can see, this one really uses our screen we have here. So for working, programming, etc., this one is perfect. And as you maybe noticed, as you can see, the controls here in the huge version of the Rack Edition interface, these controls actually have the exact same size as the controls in the huge version of the synth interface, which simply was too big for this screen. And now, because the Rack Edition doesn't use any keyboard and empty areas, they nevertheless fit in this area. So if you quickly nevertheless want to go back to the synth interface, you close logic. It's really done in a few seconds. You go back to the synth. The large was the one that fitted. And now when you installed it already once, you don't have to right click. You can directly double click. It won't stop you anymore. As you can see, continue, install software, close, don't allow keep, and as you can see, it's all very quick. It's there, and you have to know it's all fully compatible, so you can run a session. First on work with this one or use this one for live playing, whatever, and you can simply change the interface during your work if you like to go on with the other interface. So we, for the last time, are going to install the huge version, the biggest version of the Rack interface, and also this one, because I already installed it one time, I simply have to double click, continue, install software, don't allow keep. Okay. Let's check out how this looks. I hate this quick help thing, so I close this one. Okay. Now we're there. Ready to show you all the stuff you want to see. Okay, we are ready to go. Okay, first on, the most important stuff, of course, the most important thing, of course, is using the presets. There are so many ready-to-play presets in this synth. So let's begin with this one. Every time you freshly launch the synth, it will start with the same sound set. It's the factory default bank. As you can see, the first preset is this matrix soft strings, 2 presets, and now we are going to open the presets. As you can see, these are all 128 presets one bank can hold, and these are the presets of the factory default bank. So how can you switch presets? Well, quite obviously you could use these increment, decrement buttons, so to go forwards. Simply use this one. Etc. As we'll notice when we use these ones, we'll go back to a preset that has some decay. I hit some notes. So when I hit these ones, as you can hear, the preset quickly fades off. All notes get released, so that you don't have any artifacts going into the next presets. So everything is smooth like that. So this is actually an internal function that does this. It's the so-called preset change smoother, which does this. The same you have when switching presets using MIDI controllers, which I show later. And now let's have a look once again at the preset list. So you may have asked yourself, why do we actually have 2 buttons here, 2 down arrows? Is this a mistake? Is this simply for nothing? Of course not. These 2 have different ways of launching the preset list. So the left one, when I use this one, it opens the presets of the loaded bank, and as soon as I pick a preset, I'm going to do this now, you can see the list again closes. So this is convenient when you already know which preset to pick, and you want to go on editing it immediately after picking it. So let's have a look what the right button does. It also opens the list, but when you pick a preset, when you click on a preset, the list, it remains open. When you want to close it again, you simply hit this button one more time. Okay, you can see you can open this. One thing to know also is when you first open the list as a temporary list like this, you also afterwards can lock it by pressing the right button. So now the temporary list again has become a picky list, a sticky list, sorry. Okay, now let's close this one again. Had to drink a little bit something. Okay, let's continue. Now, as said, the presets that are shown at startup or at instantiation of the synth, these are the presets of the factory default bank. And we often get asked, why are all the 2,500 presets you marketing for? Well, these all are hidden in here. As you can see, we have two sections. We have banks, the bank section, and we have the presets section. Now these two sections actually are independent from each other, and each section, of course, also has an independent file type, if you want. As you can see, when I hit this button here, the presets, you can see only 5 presets actually. In fact, these only are initial presets, so empty preset. You mainly will use this section to save your own presets for for creating own banks, etc. So this is not the place to use the factory sounds. The place is here, and when you see, as soon as we click on the load button of the bank load button, you can see we have all of these files presented. These are all the banks, but not only in this root section. We also have 2 subfolders. We have a subfolder downloaded. You can see there are many banks in there, and we have another subfolder called extra banks. So why do we have these folders? Okay, let me explain that. First, on the banks, you can see here in the root area, these in fact are the original banks, the oldest banks. These were the banks that already came with the first version of OP-X PRO-II. I think these are 34 banks, yes, 34 banks, including the empty bank. So that's the state the synth actually started. And then over the years, lots of more banks were released over time. On our download section, we're going to have a quick look at this one. This section, you can find it again when you go to the product site. Scroll down until here, built-in banks, and you can see here bank sound reloads. We click this and you can see how it all started more than 10 years ago. We released the first reloads, new banks that you could download for free. You had to download these banks and put into your library, Matrix 6 bank, etc. Jupiter 8 collection, comparison, Platinum bank, Mastertone bank, etc., etc. And here, at this point, we released the Mac and the 64-bit version of the synth, and at the same time we included all the banks above here right into the installer in a new format, because the Mac and 64-bit version use a new format, and all of these above here already are included in the library, and they actually are included in this downloaded folder. So these are all the banks that came afterwards. They are included in the installer in the new format. It's another 32 banks. So in total, and what about these banks, extra banks? Well, these ones actually were banks we used for mainly for demo songs, for test songs. As you can see, this was the sound set of the release, Mac release video, etc. We have the Platinum bank song, etc. We're going to have a look at these ones later on in the last part of the video, when we are going to have a look at some sounds. Now we still release new banks, and once we release them, you can download them for free. Let's cancel this one. Let's go to our site here. As you can see, we currently have 1, 2, 3, 4 new packages, new banks or new bank packages. So let's have a quick look how we download and install these banks, where to place them. So first on, let's download these packages: the Retrotone bank, download the Powertone bank, the Take On Me bank, and the famous complete collection. Let's close this one again. Let's go to downloads. As you can see, we have the 4 packages here. We have the old format, that's for the Windows 32-bit version, which still used FXB standard format. For the Mac and the 64-bit version, we have to reach the OP-X bank format. And so let's have a look how we place these into the library. So where can you find the library on your disk? So for this, let's open another Explorer window. We go to Computer, Macintosh, then Users, Shared uses SonicProjects OP-X PRO-II, Preset Base, Banks. So here, this is the place where your banks are saved. As you can see, the same again in the actual Finder window. And here we have the downloaded banks. So as we release new banks, we recommend to put the new banks into this folder. So let's do this with the new banks. We just downloaded Retrotone bank, the correct format, OP-X bank format. So copy and paste. Voila. As you can see, it should be here. Okay, here it is. Same for Powertone bank. Powertone, copy. I'm doing CMD and C, and to paste I'm doing CMD and V. Ah, it's already there. Powertone. Yes, I already put this one. So we have Take On Me bank. Let's put this one. You can see it's now here. And also let's put the famous complete collection. Now we here first on the right folder. We here have the banks. So let's take the banks. Copy, paste. As you can see, they're all here now. And we're also having a presets folder in this collection. So let's go to presets, copy this whole folder and put it in here. Okay. Now we have installed all banks and additional presets currently available for the synth. Okay. So let's close this one again. Let's go back to our Logic. Okay, we want to load a bank, one of the 66 plus banks. So for this, let's hit this button. Maybe we first on going to load the famous bank everyone wants to have. Let's load this one. You either can double click or open. I usually simply double click, and now you see, bam, it's here very, very quickly. Open it here. Etc. You also can load another bank when the preset list is open, no problem. Let's take one of the downloaded banks. Maybe which one? One of the new ones, maybe the Retrotone one. Okay. Okay. So let's go on. Playing, everything clear. You can switch presets here. How to switch presets using MIDI controllers? We are going to have a look afterwards in a minute. First on, I want to show you how you can save presets. You can pick your favorites and save these ones and create new banks, for example, using these or doing own presets. So let's open this one again. Let's say, let's take this one. So you think this is one of your favorites and you want to maybe to put in an own custom bank. So for this you want to save this preset, a single preset. So for this, simply hit preset load. No, not load. Of course, preset save, and as you can see, it the save name automatically defaults to the shown name here. So simply hit save. As you can see, when I wanted to load it again, when I hit load, you now can see it's sitting here. Let's do another one. Maybe this Duke Mini Moog. Let's save this one too. Save. Save. Maybe another one. Pulse sequence. Let's save this one too. Save. Okay. As you can see, all these presets now are here. I could load them anywhere, e.g. here. Same, double click, now it's there. Okay, let's go one step further. When you want to create an own preset, maybe give it a new name. Let's have a look at this. I'm simply going to pick a preset, Oberheim strings. Okay, let's do some edits on this one. Okay, let's say this is your new preset. You've created or edited this one. So we want to save this, but the name also should be changed. So we click in here. We say this is, we call this one LFO pad, maybe. You click this, now hit enter on the keyboard. Now we're there. So we are going to save it. As you can see, again the default save name is the same as we put in here. So this here actually is a parameter. It's independent from the file name, but the file name defaults to this parameter. So if you don't want to change it, simply save, and now you can see it's there. One thing, I open the bank, as you can see, in the list the name hasn't changed yet of this preset. Why this? Because everything is temporary right now. We saved it as file, so it's safe, but as you can see, when I switch presets and go back again, we are back to what was it before, so it's gone. It was temporary. Of course, I now could load my saved preset here, and it's there. However, if you want to remain this, that's another preset. Let's make an edit with this one. Okay, I'm again going to rename it. Maybe pulse per something. Okay, now if you want to remain this change in the list and to stamp it into the list, you simply click on this button here, copy, which copies this preset, this temporary preset, into the list. And now have a look at the name here. I click copy, tack, now it's there, it's pulse pair. And when we go back and forth, it's still there. Can you see? But remember, in this list, this is still temporary. When you close Logic, etc., remove the plugin, this will nowhere be saved. So if you wanted to remain this in a list, you had to save the whole bank as a new bank. Now another topic, if you want to do several versions of a preset, let's say this is a starting point and you want to do further slightly different versions. Maybe I say I want to add some sort of more dirt here. Maybe I like this one a little bit better, but I don't know yet. Then I could hit save. I don't change the actual preset name because this still applies. I hit save, and now I could simply change the save name, which is independent from the shown name, e.g. I make here version 1, save. Maybe I like it more like this. I save it as version 2, etc. Now we're going to load these one. Let's take them here. Load. Okay, the original pulse. Where's the original? I didn't save this one, so let's only take this one and the other one, version 2. And as you can see, the shown name hasn't changed. It's just the file name that is different, and this parameter has remained the same. So you're really free how to do your stuff, how to save your stuff, how your preset, your save name is, how your actual shown preset name is. Again, this one is fully independent from the save name. Of course, you also, maybe let's again load a different bank, the famous bank. Maybe you simply have some favorites you want to save, like the LP Lucky Man solo. So let's say I want to save my favorites into my single presets library. Save. So I could open this one. I don't want to have this. How do I change this? Lists. Okay. Now if I wanted to save them into a dedicated folder, I simply could create a new folder in here. You're totally free to do this. So I'm going to create a new folder. I call this one favorites. Create. Okay. Now I'm going to save this preset into the favorites folder. Okay. Maybe the Queen solo. Let's do this too. Save it. As you can see, the save location always is the same, the root area of the presets folder. So to save it in the favorites, simply open this one, save. Maybe another one, the Victims Brass. Save, favorites, save, etc. Okay. Now let's have a look how you can create an actual bank, a new bank of your newly saved presets, your favorites or your own presets. For this, simply first on load the empty bank. So I hit load, bank load, and you can see here empty bank. As you can see, these are all empty slots. There's no sound when I hit the keys. everything is switched off. And so to create the bank, simply load the presets in any order you like, in any bank slot you like, into this empty bank first. So I hit load here. Let's say I want to put in my favorites here. Maybe first on the Lucky Man solo, then I go to slot 2, load preset. Second I want to have the Queen solo. Also can switch here to another slot, load favorites, Big Jim's Brass. Okay, maybe I also could put in my newly created patches in here too. These are in the root area, pulse perk, etc. So until now everything still is just temporary. This all would be gone when you close Logic without saving. So to save this, to fix this, we have to save this bank as a new bank with a new name. So I hit save, and the default save location again is the root area. Of course, you could save it into the extra banks folder or the downloaded banks folder, but maybe you should or could create a new folder, a known folder for your own banks. So I'm going to create this one as an example. I hit new folder. I call this folder My Banks. Okay, My Banks. Create. Okay, now I have to give this bank a name. There is no default name. I call this one maybe I'll put the prefix Pro-II. You don't have, but since all other banks has this too, you know it's for this synth. So I'm going to write this one, Pro-II, and maybe I'm going to call it favorites. Could be anything you like. Save. Okay. Now maybe first unload the different banks, again the famous one. And so let's see how your own bank loads. I'm going to load it, My Banks, favorites. Voila! Okay, this is roughly how you can create your own banks, how you can save and load banks, etc. Now maybe when we're here, no, let's do this later in the MIDI section. Yes, we are going to show this later, how you can switch presets using MIDI controllers. We are going to show in the section where we show the MIDI Learn capabilities of the synth. Okay? Okay. We're back. We're having a look now at the MIDI Learn features of the synth, which maybe is the next feature you're going to use as a simple player of the synth. Okay, so let's say you want to learn cutoff. I'm going to load the default bank again. As you can see, this in fact is the default sound set, so you can return to the default sound set when you load it a different bank by simply loading this bank here. You again have your 128 original sounds. Okay, now I would like to remotely control cutoff. So how do I do this? It's very simple. Simply hit, you can see here, learn. You hit learn. You can see a pop-up comes up saying CC learn. And now you either first on move the knob you want to learn this. So I'm going to do this. Or I could first on move the knob here. It doesn't matter. So I'm going to move this one here. And now I'm going to move the knob I want to learn it to. Let's take this one. Tack, you can see now it's learned. You can do another control. Let's do the resonance again. Hit learn. So this time I'm going to do it in the other sequence. I'm going to move this one, then this one. You can see it's the same. Maybe still another one. Let's learn the oscillator pitch. So this one. Maybe I first am going to switch this to linear. Oh no, let's take this one, quantized. Okay, let's learn this one. Pitch, and I'm going to learn this to this knob. So, we've just learned 3 knobs. So, what about if you simply, when you just want to unlearn a knob again, this one here maybe, I don't want to be this one to be linked anymore. Well, for this, simply click again on learn, then move this knob here, and then click on reset. Voila. Now, as you can see, nothing anymore happens. It's unlearned. You can learn it to a new controller or leave it like that. But the other two, as you can see, they're still there. If you want to clean everything, you want to unlearn all of your learned knobs at once, you also could do this all at once, unlearn all at once by clicking on the reset button and hold it for about 4 seconds. I'm going to hold it. So click and hold. Wait. As you can see, there was a message that the reset has been done, full reset. Okay, let's check it. As you can see, everything is fine. Okay. Let's go on. This was learning the knobs. Of course, you also can learn buttons. No problem. Let's say you want to learn... no, not this one. You want to learn noise. So I could learn this. You also can learn this to a knob. So I'm going to learn this. I'm going to click here. Okay, you can see. As you can see, it actually is. It's continuous because several of the, even of the button parameters actually are continuous in the back, which is the case for noise. So let's again unlearn this one. Learn, click, reset. Everything clear? Okay. Okay, so there's one other control dedicated to MIDI Learn or to MIDI controllers, and that's this one here below the label CC. CC of course means MIDI controllers. In the rack edition you can see we have one button here below, while as in the synth interface we have the same headline here, the Pro CC. It's called Pro CC here, a bit longer, so process CC, which means process controller data. And here we have two knobs. This one is the same, you can see it's set standard to RCE, which means receive. So in the rack it's this one. So this is the same actually. There wasn't enough space to print Pro CC, so this means this is the part incoming controller data, so CC data is processed. And here in the synth interface version we still have a second button, and this second button actually is linked to the MIDI output of the synth, and this one in fact still remains from the older Windows 30-bit 2 version, which had MIDI output, so it sent MIDI controller data to its output, and this isn't the case anymore in the newer Mac and 64-bit versions for Windows. So in fact this button here in fact has no function anymore. It's just still there, but this one, that's also why we didn't include it anymore in the rack edition version, so it's missing here, as you can see, since it anyway doesn't have a function anymore. But this one here is for the input, so what happens to the input of the MIDI controller data, and this one here is available in both. So we are going to have a look at this in the rack edition. version of the synth. So you can see here it's set by standard to RCE, which means receive. That means the synth receives, processes all incoming MIDI controller data. So nothing is applied or done to it. It's not processed in any way. So when we click one time, you can see we have a new letter C, rel, which means relative. This means this is relative processing. We'll check this in a minute. And the next state is fetch, which means this is fetched processing of the incoming controller data. And the last state of this button is BLO, which means block. This means all incoming MIDI controller data is blocked. So no matter if you learned any knobs, buttons, the incoming controller data won't come through and won't do anything. This can be useful when you have issues, a problem which may be related to unwanted incoming MIDI controller data. So you could check with this one by blocking all incoming controller data if this is the source of your problem, or simply if you temporarily want to deactivate all the controller stuff for whatever reason. We have to note that even when this one here is set to block the modulation wheel controller data, which is controller number 1, still will come through. The same as for the damper pedal, which is MIDI controller 64. So these two still will come through even when you set this one to block. So this one is clear, no processing. So what do these two states, so relative and fetched? So let's quickly check this. So also in the originals, which offered patch storage, in these originals, the interface, of course, the knobs, the buttons, when you loaded a sound from the memory, they didn't automatically have the according state to the saved preset. So it's possible that they are different, since they are not motorized. They don't set themselves in the correct position for the recalled patch. And so also these old synths had to solve this problem in a way so that you still could edit the recalled sound. So to show you what I mean, I quickly have to activate my camera so that we're having our controller here. So to show you what I mean, I first going to learn a knob to cut off to one parameter to show you what I mean, how this works. So you know it already. We click on learn, we move the cutoff, and we learn it in this case to this button so that you can see it clearly. Okay, now it's learn. When I hit maybe let's return to low pass, to pure low pass by clicking here. Okay, you can see they are linked, both the physical knob and the knob on the interface are locked. Of course, because we linked it directly now. Now, what happens when I let's say I have set the physical knob is set to here, so to a high cutoff setting, and let's quickly return to the original state of the patch. So I would also in the hardware synth I would recall a patch, and you can see in this patch here the cutoff knob is set to this position, so about 9 o'clock, while our physical button is set to 15 o'clock. So you can expect what happens when I move this knob. So I hit first I hit the key for the sound, and now I start to move and check what happens. Have you seen? It immediately springs to the position of this knob. So you have a hard step, so it won't increase seamlessly to the new position. And especially for cutoff or filter, this can be, it's not so smooth, it's disturbing. Maybe let's do another example. I still leave this one here, and I manually, of course this doesn't move my physical knob, I have no motors here, so I go back here, and maybe I add a bit of resonance still to make it more obvious, and maybe also let's deactivate the amount so that we have the pure, maybe a bit, yeah, it's okay, let's do it like that, resonance. So I have it at a low cutoff state, and I play a sound, maybe let's play a chord, and I want to edit the cutoff, and now I turn it. Okay, you've heard it, it immediately springs to the new value, so it's not smooth, it can be a bit inconvenient or even disturbing in a live situation, especially for this parameter where we hear it clearly, where we hear the step clearly. So there's a function now, we have two functions to eliminate this stepping or this behavior, and this is the function, the processing state relative. So in this state, incoming MIDI controller data isn't hard locked to the knob anymore here, but it's just added. So if I had, let's say, this state again, and you can see my physical knob still is at the high position. Now have a look what happens. I hit the chord and increase the physical knob. Okay, can you see what happens? It just adds what I'm doing here. Now of course we have the problem that we can't go any further here, so to reach the whole range I again have to go to 0, and now the two knobs would be in sync, so have the same position. So in fact this way of linking the internal memory to the physical knob was used in some of the older synths. It was the way it was done in the, for example, in the Oberheim OP-X from 1979-80. So in this one, when you go into edit mode and your physical, let's say, I said the physical knob would be this, and your recalled sound internally would have this cutoff setting. When you go into edit mode and move the physical knob, it would do exactly this. It will add, it will just add what you do here to the internal state of the parameter. Okay, that's how an OP-X, an actual OP-X works. Well, there also was another different way of handling this. I'm not any more sure in which synths used this method, and this is the method fetched. So what's the difference? The difference is this one. So I do it again, doing the same. Maybe let's do it the other way. I set this one at the high. First on, I have to do this one here lower. So my physical knob would be here in a low cutoff position, and this one here would be at a high position. So what would happen in when we have the normal mode here, what would happen when I move this one, the cutoff knob here would spring to the low value as soon as I start turning the knob here. So let's quickly try this. Have you seen what happens? So that's not what I want. So my second method handles it, the fetched one. Let's do this again. I'm going here. Maybe let's deactivate this one for a moment. So I'm up here, I'm down here, and I'm going to activate the fetched mode. So what's this one? Have a look. I'm playing the chords and I start increasing the knob, turning the knob, and have a look at the interface, what happens. Okay, have you seen what happened? It's the knob here on our interface only starts to move as soon as I surpassed its value. We say fetched. As soon as I fetched this value, it will start moving, and from this point on both are linked, exactly the same position. I can do the same in the opposite when we are low here, and here it's high, so it only would start lowering the knob as soon. Now it will start fetch. Okay, now it's fetched. Okay, so both of these linking methods have its own advantages and disadvantages. So in this fetched state, the disadvantage is that at the beginning, as long as you haven't fetched the actual value, nothing will happen. So you can hear nothing happens here. It only starts doing something as soon as I fetched the value. Okay, and the advantage, of course, it is that you never have a different position. So either it's perfectly locked or nothing at all happens. Okay. And the other way, relative, you have let's do it like this. Okay, like this. The advantage of this mode is that immediately you can immediately change a parameter as soon as you start moving this, no matter what position the knobs are. So there's immediately happening something, but as we've seen this already in the beginning, the disadvantage is that when they are different, I may not have enough range to do all the range, so I had to go back to reach the full range. Okay, you can decide by yourself which mode you prefer, but maybe you don't anyway use these two modes. We thought it could be useful to implement. It was a bit of a challenge also to make this possible. So the last mode, okay, block. So no matter what you've learned in the blocked mode, it won't do anything anymore. Okay, but when you go back, it immediately again will react. So you have all ways of handling the MIDI input controller data, and as said, it's original to how the old programmable vintage synths worked, since they, other than a Minimoog or older synths without programmability, had the problem that the interface, the knobs of the interface, didn't automatically match recalled sound, of course, in the position, because they weren't motorized. Okay, well, so let's go on. Okay, well, first on, I think I forgot something in the first place when talking about the banks and loading banks and loading presets, etc. And you can see it, what I mean. Now we've edited this preset. Now when I hit the increment button, go back, you can hear it's back to the original state as we already have seen it before. So that's the same, of course, for the presets in a bank. So whenever you do an edit of any type, and when you switch presets, go back, it's back to the original state. So if you want to remain your edits in a preset, so let's do this again. Then, as I already showed before, you simply hit copy, which copies the preset, the single preset, into the bank slot. Okay, let's click copy. Let's do the same again. As you can see, now it remains in the bank. But still, as long as you don't save the bank as a new bank, this again will be gone when you close Logic or the sequencer, or when you unload the plugin. It's the same. Okay. Okay, let's go on with MIDI Learn features. We've learned how to learn a knob or a button, but in the first place, at the very beginning, I also told that you also can learn, that you can remotely control the switching of presets. So let's have a look at this one. Okay, there are several ways you can do this. First on, let's do this with the increment, decrement buttons here. You actually can learn these to MIDI controllers. So let's do this. I want to learn these to this two knobs. So this one for increment, this one for decrement. Okay, it's very, very easy to do this. Again, you simply hit learn. Now you quickly move the control you want to learn it to, this one. Okay, I'm doing this. Now I'm hitting here. Zack, now it's learned, as you can see. Every time I do this, the preset. Okay, let's do the same for the decrement button here. Same again, learn, then do this one, hit this one, and now we can go back. Okay, you don't have to grab your mouse. You can do this all from your keyboard, which is very handy. Now let's say you want to jump to a specific preset, and for this you can learn it in a different way. We can leave these ones. We are going to do this in addition. So I'm going to learn a knob. Let's take this one to actually jump to a dedicated preset number. As you know, MIDI also has 128 stages, MIDI controllers, so I could reach all 120 presets. And when you have a display, you will see which one this is. So let's do this. For this, I simply again click on learn. Now I move this one, and to complete it, I simply click on the number here. Okay, as soon as it's learned, this display here again disappears. Now let's check this. I'm moving the knob. Voila! As you can see, it waits a little, so you're moving, you leave it, and then it jumps. Of course, I still could use this one, so go one back. Go at the very beginning, etc. But there is even one different way to switch presets, and this is by first on preparing a dedicated number you want to switch to, and only when you want, you trigger a jump to this preset. So let's have a look how this one can be done. For this we of course need two buttons. Let's take these ones. They aren't used. I want to set the preset I want to jump to with this one. So here it would be 0, or 1, and this one would be 128. Of course, you have to have a display on your keyboard which shows the actual number, that you know which preset that you will jump to. And I need another button to trigger the jump. So when I do this one, it will go to this location. Okay, let's first on learn the prepare knob. For this we again do learn. I'm turning this one a bit, and now this is hidden a bit. You click on this label, on the filled label, click, voila, it has learned, but this has no effect yet, it's in the background. To complete the action you need to learn the trigger one. So for this I'm doing the same again, learn, I'm moving this one, and now I can complete it by clicking on this nth label. Voila, now it's done. Now let's check it. I want to jump to 128, so I turn this one all right and I do this. Voila, we're there. Let's say I want to go to 60 to 64. I have a display so I can see which number I've chosen here. So I'm doing this, and you can see. So you have 3 ways of switching presets remotely, which all can be used independently. So I still can do this, or I can do this, or I can do this, etc. So as you can see, this is very, very handy if you have a MIDI keyboard which has some knobs, or you also can use buttons, of course. The only precondition is that they can send MIDI controller messages, or standard MIDI controller messages. Okay. So let's go on. I again load the default bank. Voila. So the next step to actually learn how this synth works is to learn how the whole structure of the synth actually works. And I mean, this is the voice management. So as you may have read on our site, let's open this one for a moment. I have to close this one. When you scroll down, you can find the actual structure of the synth. You can see it has separate voices actually. In old voltage controlled synths, each voice actually had its own electronics, and in the early versions of the synths, especially in the OP-X synth, this was a separate voice board for each voice. So this is one voice of an OP-X, and the OP-X it could have 4, 6 or 8 voices, but of course we extended this. So in this synth you actually have 12, so like a matrix 12. You don't, of course, you don't see these voice boards, but these are in the back, function in the back, and they are completely independent from each other. So each voice actually is completely independent. It's like each voice is a separate mono synth. And each of these voices, these voice boards, has a control LED, so that you can see that this voice receives a MIDI message. It's the same in the real synth. You had a diode somewhere. Is this one? I don't know. Maybe I show you this later. And you actually can see which voice is engaged by a MIDI note. See 12. This is the first voice, the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth. And now, same as Matrix 12, we have 12 voices, so it goes on here. The 7th, number 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. As you can see, this is a circling way of voice allocation, so each new note goes to a new voice. And of course, when you hit more keys, it will simply go to the next. So it never, if possible, it never takes the same voice twice. It always takes the next free voice. So there is always variation, especially when you have detunings going on. So you have 12 voices in total, but you also can manage these voices, because you maybe don't want to have the 12 voices all the time. You want to design a synth that has less voices. And you all can do this. So you have 3 master polyphony settings. You can see we have switched on 12 voices. When we hit this one, we just have 6 now. As you can see, it all happens just here. That's the upper voice bank. We have a setting that has 8 voices, mainly to copy all those famous 8-voice synths like OBXA, Jupiter 8, etc. Okay, what happens now? Let's check it. Okay, as you can see, these were used, and then from the lower voice bank, the 2 middle ones. Now, why this? Okay, you will see later why this is the case. That's because the lower voice bank actually follows the upper voice bank, but more to this later. And then again the 12 voice setting. Okay, so far so good. Now let's have a look how to control these voices. As you could see in the original synth, okay, we have here the voice board. These were full of electronics, and of course, as you know, these electronics have tolerances, etc. And when you solder such a board, it will never be exactly the same in the boards. They will be different, and maybe too different. And for this, you have installed trimpots, so that you can tune several parameters of the synth, like tuning or cutoff of the filter, etc. And normally a technician had to do this before the synth was actually shipped to the customer, so they had to calibrate all the voices more or less, And of course, these old synths got famous because this never was perfectly even. So still you have some drifts. It was never exactly perfectly tuned the same. So let's go back to OP-X PRO-II. You can do all of this too in the synth. Well, we have 12 voices, and so if you had to set these parameters for each voice separately, this would be a lot of work, 12 voices, and it would be really hard to manage. So for this reason, we actually decided to base the whole on a 6-voice bass. So you have 6 voices in the upper voice bank, and you have 6 voices in the lower voice banks, and always the 2 voices, so the first and the 7th and the 2nd and the 8th, etc., they share the same calibration controls. This makes it very, very easy to control it. You can really have an overlook over the whole. And so let's have a look at the whole. Now first on, I forgot to tell you before, we have this master polyphony settings, but that's not all. We have here the 12 voice setting, and that's why I mentioned it in the first place. We also have these here. These in the synth version still have a label which says voice mute, and here they simply appear as numbers, and as you click on these you can see they switch off, and these in fact activate or deactivate always 2 voices, namely the first one activates or deactivates the first voice of the upper voice bank and the first voice of the lower voice bank. So we name this voice channel, so always the 2 corresponding voices, so the upper, the lower, always these 2 voices share the same control, which is on a 6-voice base. So when I deactivate, let's say, the number 6, you can see this one doesn't get triggered anymore, and the voices are distributed only between these 5 voices. Now when I activate the 12 voice settings, have a look what happens in the lower voice bank. Let's do the same. As you can see, also here it doesn't take this voice anymore. Okay, let's deactivate the 5-2. Goes on like that, etc. You got it. We switch back to 6. So I easily could do a 1-voice synth. Or a 2-voice. Or I could take another 2 voices. Or 3. I'll do a Pro with 5. Etc. So you can do anything you want. Okay? Now what else can you do with the voices? So we have, of course, we have the unison button. This button always bundles 6 voices, the 6 voices of the upper voice bank, no matter which setting you have here. So it's always just these 6. The reason for this is that the sound has to remain transparent, We did a lot of experiments using further voices, etc., but it got muddy. We think each voice still has its own place in the whole sound. So if we activate this, you can see single, and now I'm quickly going to go back here. So this, of course, also applies in the unison mode. This is completely independent. So if I just activate 3 voices here and I activate unison, you just will have 3 voices be triggered at the same time. So you can take away some fatness or increase the fatness. And this, of course, gets especially interesting when you use the other controls we are going to have a look at now. Okay, let's switch back to this one. So let's go on spread. What does spread? So spread spreads the voices away from each other in a, let's say, in a symmetric way, in a controlled way. So they get detuned against each other, but in a controlled way. So you can hear this both in polyphonic and in unisono mode. In polyphonic, let's activate again 12 voice. So perfectly evenly tuned. Let's increase this. So you can hear it gets a bit dirty. So you can make the whole thing a bit dirtier, but it's even more interesting in unison mode. So as you can hear, it really fattens up. Okay, of course you also can detune the oscillators against each other. So oscillator 1 and 2, we could alter this one too. So there are endless possibilities already with this one. So I quickly have to stop this one here. Sorry, that was the cam for the keyboard. So that was controlling the pitch. Actually, you don't have trimpots for the pitch because we think it's quicker to make it to do it with dedicated controls. Now let's have a look at the further detuning features of the synth. Now for this I'm going to load a bank which is a bank that actually explains the features of the synth. We highly recommend you to have a look at this bank too. I'm going to load it. It's called Test Patches. You have to go all down here, Test Patches, load it. As you can see, we have all kind of stuff here, envelope, oscillators, etc. And we are right heading the detuning section here. Okay. But maybe... No. First don't take this one. We first don't want to do the other way of controlling pitch. So we had the spread already. I have to tune this one again. So. Spread. So spread does this whole thing controlled or symmetrically, and now we here have a button 2 for pitch, and this button detunes the voices in a chaotic way. So always when these buttons here are activated, this means tuned. The whole thing is tuned. So let's deactivate this one. Now I hit this one. As you can see, this tool detunes the voices, but not symmetrically, more in a chaotic way. This is more in a way you maybe could expect to be an untuned synth before you applied auto-tuning when you switch it on. So you even hear this better when using unison. As you can hear, it somehow sounds a bit different than spread. And you even can mix these ones. So we go on. You not only can switch on and off these controls here, you also can do this seamlessly by clicking on this label and dragging the mouse upwards and downwards. You can see a number display appears, and now I'm doing this with this knob. So let's do it. Completely untuned here. Tune it. I can leave it so it remains in the background. So when I click here, you'll see it's still this number. Of course, when I click here, it sets it back to 0 or 28. So here we have 0, here we have 28. But any number in between will be saved with the preset, even when you just see LED on or off here. As you can see, it will change in the middle of the range at 64, 63 to 64 it will change. Okay. Sorry for the clicks, this is coming from the optical line we use to record the synth, so normally this won't be the case. Okay, this was for pitch, and so let's go on to the further parameter groups that can be different, so can differ between the voices. Of course, the most important is the filter cutoff setting. So let's load a preset where you can hear this clearly, namely with a high resonance setting. So let's take this one, filters tuned. Okay, we have activated in fact filter self resonance feature. So the filter produces a sine wave by itself. So in this state it's tuned, as you can see. Okay, you can see when I switch to 12 voices, that's the same here. Okay. Okay, now let's check what happens when I deactivate. Let's go back to 6 voices. When I deactivate this this control, the filter tuner. Let's listen. You can hear each voice has a slightly, and sometimes not anymore so slightly, difference. And now to explain once more the concept of the six voice blocks that repeat, that use the same control features. We are going to activate the 12 voice setting, and now listen to the voices. One moment. I want to start at 1, at voice 1. Okay, now let's begin again. Voice 1. As you can hear, this one here actually repeats itself in the lower voice bank, because the upper and the lower voice, the corresponding voices, always share the same setting for the tunings. That's because it's much easier to manage these controls. In the first place, when you will start to edit these controls voice by voice. Okay? So this button here switches between tuned like this and between a so-called standard detuning. That's a detuning we chose from the factory. It's a one we actually copied from a real 6-voice synth we have here in the studio. It's a setting that you could find in a real synth. So the same as with the pitch control, you also can do this. You can switch this seamlessly by clicking on this label, on the filter label, and drag the mouse upwards and downwards vertically. So let's do this. Oops. It's fully tuned on 127. Now we go into detuned. Of course, again, you can hear this like an oscillator, because the filter self oscillation is activated so that we can hear this. Of course, when you would have oscillators going on, real oscillators. Yeah. You just would hear this in the actual filter setting of the voice. So. Okay, when I do this polyphonically. Okay, it's a bit loud, sorry. So you can set this in any way you want. So I'm again going to deactivate the oscillators so that we only have the filter self-oscillation going on to explain it. Make it louder again. Okay, now let's come to the actual manual editing of the single voices, or the voice channels if you want. Switch back to 6. Okay, let's say you don't like this voice here to be the filter to be as widely opened. You think it's too wide for your taste, so you want to set this back a bit. For this, you take this control. These here are the actual trimpots as you find them in the synth on the board. I think the filter, this here is the filter. This is the oscillator. The filter, it's probably it's this trim pot here in the real synths. Let's go back to Logic. So I want to edit this voice here. So I can do this here. This is like tuning a real voice part. So I say I want to put it here. So when we again activate the 12 voice setting, you can hear it repeats in the lower range, in the lower voice bank. Of course, to remain at one voice, to set this, you also could deactivate the other voices. And then, only then, again engage the other voices. Okay, let's come back. As you could see, it repeats in the lower voice bank because it's actually like two 6-voice synths chained together to make a 12-voice synth. In fact, the model for this was the Oberheim Matrix 12, which actually is kind like two expander synths. The expander just had 6 voices, and so they took 2 of these to do a 12-voice synth. So it's in fact it's the same here in OP-X PRO-II. And now when I switch to 8-voice setting, now you can see why we chose to go the voice 7 and 8 to the middle, 2, 1. That's because if you would, for example, would take these two, it simply would repeat the settings right after these two voices again in voice 1 and 2. Or if we put them here, you would have it here. So by putting these into the center, it doesn't immediately repeat this pattern. So it remains in a good variation. So it never really disturbs. It makes it really easy to edit the stuff on a 6-voice bass, and you can every time switch 2 voices or more voices to the upper to make a 12-volt synth, and you don't have to set any new voices for this. So it's really thought well thought system. So these are the filter settings. You really can do a lot of interesting stuff. You have here some presets showing it. These are not the filters. Okay, let's come to the envelopes. Okay. That's the third button. We can activate this one again. The third button here is the button to control the detunings or the tuning of the envelopes, and we concentrated on the filter envelope for this, because this is the one you will notice the most in an actual sound. The loudness envelope, you don't really notice that much when they differ a bit, but much more the filter envelope, especially when you have resonance going on, etc. And of course also when you use the filter envelope to control other sections of the synth, which you have a look on later. Okay, we have a preset here that makes the filter envelopes hearable for you. So we have a down sweep using a lot of resonance. So when the stuff is tuned, the envelopes are tuned, they all will glide down with the same speed, the exact same speed, which is almost never the case in a real voltage controlled analog synth of this era, because the tolerances always were there in the circuits of the boards. So this, as you can see, this is absolutely equally tuned. All the 6 voices I'm using, we're using a unison patch using 6 voices, so all 6 voices now sweep down. As you can see, we have quite some bit of decay going on in the exact same speed. So it sounds perfectly even. So if we detune these envelopes, and again we concentrate on two parameters for this, namely on the decay and release phase of the envelope. Okay, this is tuned. now let's fully detune to the default detuning. As you can hear, some voices are sweeping down faster and some are sweeping down slower. Again, two. And of course, this again can be controlled seamlessly by clicking on the Nth label and drag the mouse vertically upwards and or downwards. So let's do this. Perfectly tuned. A little bit detuned. And at 0, fully detuned. Again, of course, when you switch here, it returns to 127 or 0. And when you make it like this, it remains in the background and it only switches the state of the button in the middle, so, 63 to 64. So you can, it will be saved with a preset, so the button state only shows in which area it is, or you can switch it in 2 steps, simply on and off, to quickly try what does it to the sound. Then afterwards you still could refine it a bit by more or less detuning, etc. And again, we now have a unison patch with always only uses 6 voices, but when you use this in polyphonic mode, it again repeats in the lower voice bank. Okay, for this I of course have to switch to 12 voices. Etc. Okay, everything clear. Now let's move on. We have a further parameter group that's very important for voltage controlled analog synth. That's the portamento. And for this, let's load a dedicated patch that shows, okay, here, portamento. Voila. Also was called glide sometimes. Ah, we forgot, sorry. We have to go back once more to the envelopes. Tuned. Let's go back once more. I forgot that you also can refine this detuning when you don't like the standard detuning. You can refine it with these controls. So these are the trimpots for, okay, still have to go back a little bit to the filter, sorry. Let's take the filter preset once more. Filters tuned. I fully forgot that you can calibrate the actual detuning of the filter. So let's do this again. 6 voice on the 6 voice base, tuned. And we had this, as you remember, you can do this. But we also have these two little buttons here. And I told you in the synth version, synth interface version, you can do this actually by clicking on this area or on this area here. So let's look what these buttons do. So when I click here, everything gets perfectly. I can detune this to my own liking. This all would be saved with the preset. And when I click on this one, all the trimpots become centered again, as they were in the first place at the beginning. But as you can hear, as many people wrongly believe, this does not mean tuned. This is just a standard detuning. So the detuning that's factory implemented, which in fact probably would mean that's the state of the soldered boards here before they got tuned by a technician. So when you solder these things and you would place these boards into a synth and play them, the filters probably would sound like our standard detuning, which is untuned. And we think this in the most cases sounds good. You don't have to edit it. And we learned that you can tune and detune the whole thing here. But you also can do it when it's completely detuned here. These buttons in fact are it's the same as the auto-tune function in the old things. So what did the auto-tune function? The auto-tune function, it applied some voltages to all the voices so that they became even simply by applying different voltages to the voices. That's the same here. But the trimpots, independently from the setting of the trimpots, you could set them more or less even, but it never was perfectly even, and the rest could be done by adding voltages applied by the auto-tune function. Well, in the first place, in the early synths, you only could do this for the oscillator pitch, not for filters and envelopes. Only later synths could do this, like the Matrix 12 expander. They could do this, and of course you can do this here. But let's go on. So we can do it here, but we also can do it. We can calibrate this in the trimpots using these two buttons. So this is the standard detuning, and when I hit this one, the trimpots go into this state, and this state actually is the tuned state. So in this state, each voice would have been tuned by a technician, and the technician had to set the trimpots into these positions that all the voices sound even without applying some auto-tune voltages. As you can hear, it's perfectly even. So the same as when we would apply, let's detune it again, the same as we would apply some voltages from here. So when I do this, it remains the same. You got it? Okay, I forgot this, and we go on to the once more to the envelopes. It's the same here. So where do we have the envelopes? Detuned, okay. So let's do this back again. It's about envelopes now. Envelopes. So if you don't like, that's tuned. That's detuned. If you don't like the factory standard detuning, which probably is a very rare case. That's why you in the 99% of all cases you never will reach these controls. That's really for absolute specialists. But you could. Okay, let's set these back. You could edit the decays and releases of each on a 6-voice base of each of the voices by using these. So we have a standard detuning now. So again, centered on in the middle position doesn't mean tuned. It means it's a standard detuning. I could edit these. I could apply a bit more a decay on this voice number 6. Let's take this one. Okay, I have to do it with decay because I don't use release. So you can hear it. It even goes slower now in the 6th voice. I could do this for other voices. And of course, if I had some decay, I could do the same with decay. And again, the same as in the filter trimpots, we have these calibration buttons. In the synth interface version, you can calibrate these two by clicking either on the D here or on the C, and for these on the R or on the L. It's hidden in the synth interface version. Maybe I will show you this. I can quickly launch it in the Reaper so that you can see it. Let's insert. How do I insert? So now I found it. I've installed. I only installed the VST3 version in the synth interface version to show you this. So that's why the audio unit version is the rack edition, and we have a different interface because it's a different plugin format that works if you just install. I didn't do it. Sorry, I still have to do it. Let's do it quickly, very quickly. I'm going to here. I want to install the large version of the synth interface, but only preset based on I already have installed. Only the VST3 version. Yes, continue, install. Oops, sorry. Okay. Close. Keep. Okay, now we should have the synth interface version. It should be there now. Okay, here we go. Okay, to show you this, so in the filter trimpots, so we have this to calibrate, clicking here, and in the synth interface version it's a bit hidden. You have to click here, so in the empty area here or here. It's the same. And now the same for these ones, the filter, decay and release. We don't have these these little buttons here in the synth in the synth interface version. We could do this here by clicking on C or on D. Once more, C or D, and here L or R. L, R. Okay, it's a bit difficult sometimes, but it works. but I said it's the same for the portamento controls, which we are coming to later. It's the same here, or R and P. But I said it's much easier to do here with these dedicated buttons. The same here. So we always have two of these little buttons here. So we can switch between, that's not tuned here, that's standard detuning, and evenly tuned would be this, that we can listen to it. So it's detuned. I've released the auto tune button, so no voltages applied. So let's tune them perfectly even. As you can hear, I'm going to switch this off again here. Why is it still? Okay. Untuned. I think I have to go back. Why is it the case? Okay. I think I'm going to reload back for a moment. I have to go back here. Okay. Where do we have the... the envelopes. The envelopes. Here. Okay. I think I have to quickly unload the synth and load it again. Oh, I know what's the problem. I know it. I know it. Sorry. You can see the problem. I've activated so the MIDI goes to both ends. I have to deactivate this one, of course. Now it's better. Now it's much better. Standard detuning. I'm going to tune both of them. So now it doesn't matter. This one doesn't matter. But of course, when you go back to the factory detuning, which is center, then this one matters. So when released, there is no voltages added to the voices, and when you activate it, it will tune the voices no matter in which state these ones here are. So in fact, you could set here manually a custom detuning you like. Let's do something very long releases here, slower here, faster here. And now I could switch between tuned and this custom detuning. Or I even could seamlessly blend between the two states. Give a little bit of my custom detuning. So as you can see, there really are no borders. So you can do everything you like. It's very quick. I said in 99, maybe even 0.9%, you never ever will reach these. I for myself, I virtually never touch these ones for any sound. It's in most cases it's quite subtle, and in most cases you simply are happy with the standard detuning for the envelopes. Maybe sometimes you edit the filters, the filter detuning, but in my case I mostly even don't touch these ones here. Almost never. Okay, let's go to the fourth group. So we had the pitch, oscillator pitch, we had the filter cutoff detuning, we had the envelopes detuning, and now the fourth section that matters sonically is the portamento, which was quite famous because in these voltage controlled analog synths where every voice had its own separate electronics, you never had quite the absolute even times for portamento. So first on, let's load a tuned version of portamento. So portamento is this control, and that you can hear it, we of course have activated unison. As you can hear, it's evenly tuned. Okay, where can we find the control for this? As you can see, there was no space anymore to put it here, so we put it to the additional buttons, and you can find it here, portamento detune, and it's inverse here, it's in the inverted way. So when this one isn't activated, it's tuned. So once again, and now we activate it. You can hear how the voices smear. It even gets more apparent when you when you make the time slower. So once again, let's tune it. So all voices glide exactly in the same speed, and when we activate this one, they will differ. It will differ from voice to voice, produce this famous smearing. Let's hear it. This of course also applies to polyphonic sound, so let's do a polyphonic one. Okay, let's go back to unison. Now we have also here, we don't simply have these two states, which is convenient to quickly try how does it sound, especially when you don't have a lot of it really can be important to have the original detuning, which almost in every synth took place. It was almost impossible to tune this perfectly even, because when the times get longer and longer, yeah, it's simply it's that susceptible. You never can tune this evenly. So this is always happening in real voltage controlled analog synths. This smear. And you also hear it when you just have a little bit of time. It simply sounds so much more original. It has so much more depth. Again, once more tuned. Much better. So again, here you can have the two on and off. But also here you can do this seamlessly. You can seamlessly blend between tuned and detuned. And to do this is a bit hidden. Now here too, you just click above here on this area of this button. And now, it's the wrong button, it's this one here. And now have a look at here. You will see a little display popping up here. So let's do it. Showing the actual state. Okay, 0 here. And as we go up, it goes up until 127. So you can have all stages between. It's fully detuned. Here it's the opposite way as in the other detuning buttons. As we go down, it gets more tuned. Almost tuned, perfectly tuned, etc. Okay, detune again, but that's not all. You also can edit the standard detuning, which is implemented here using these trimpots here, the portamento trimpots, which you can do. Let's give a little bit, even a little bit more. Let's make the voice number 6 and with number 6 also voice number 12 in polyphonic mode more, slower, so more time. Okay, as you can hear, it's quite subtle. It's difficult to set here, but you can, and of course you too can. You can use these calibration buttons to do it, or all from the controls themselves, so without applying the voltage. So let's do it again. This one here. Center position is the standard detuning that's not tuned, and when you click on this one, it's tuned. That's a state that the boards, or the trimpots on the boards would reach when a technician would do a full tuning of the synth. So, as you can hear, again detune. So this state is the same state as you would have when you deactivate this one. Then it's tuned. As remember, this one just applies some sort of voltages that make the voices even then when the trimpots aren't tuned all the way. So you could do here a detuning you like. I said you could edit. Again, after detune, you could edit the standard detuning. Maybe you don't like it. You want this voice to be a bit slower. Maybe this one too. And now you can switch between tuned and this own detuning. Or you can blend seamlessly between them. So, there's simply, you can do everything as you saw, and it's the same here. It repeats to the lower voice bank, so you don't have to set these voices separately. So, in most cases, as said, you actually don't have to reach these. This is really specialist, absolutely specialist stuff. That's maybe when you want to copy an existing synth absolutely exactly voice by voice, then you will use these, but in all the other cases probably not, because the standard detuning does it all. It's perfectly usable even for the filters, but it's there. You can do it, you can do everything, and very easily. So in most cases, when you have a new sound, let's take something, maybe one of our, what are we going to take? A polysaw. So you can quickly, the buttons really help to quickly try if something is working with the sound or not, and if it's working, if it's good for the sound, you still can edit it, you still can refine it. So okay, you can first we're going to tune it all the way. Okay, pitch is a separate thing. So filters, we apply some. We have to lower. So like this, it's perfectly even. So let's try if detuning the filters from board to board, if this benefits the sound or not. Maybe, but maybe not so much. Then in this case we could we adjust it seamlessly a bit here, just a little bit maybe. Maybe like this, a bit of spread. Okay, let's give some envelope control here. Maybe like this. filter envelopes, if difference between these are good for this sound or not. I'm going to revert our setting, filter setting, to standard. Or a little bit as we had it. Yeah, maybe that's not so good for this sound. It's too much difference. Because we already have some differences from this. Maybe if we didn't have this one, let's switch this one to off. Fully tuned. Now it's not so bad. Maybe when I switch to 12 voice. Okay, etc, etc. As you can see, there are virtually no borders. You can do everything. You can apply any character to a synth. You can make it sound very tuned, very straightforward, or you can make it sound pissed off, as we say. There's so much you can do just using these controls to give a sound a character, a specific character, even before you use the normal controls you know from every synth. Okay, so again, it's the control of the voices is on a 6 voice base because it's easier. You have the better oversight of the things. It's quicker. And the whole thing repeats to the lower voice bank, so everything you do here for these 6 voices will be there here. And because we chose the circular voice allocation, and in 8 voice mode, the middle 2, it doesn't repeat. You really don't notice when you switch the lower voice bank in by using this one. Okay, you can do everything. Okay, so one thing we still forgot, that's this little control, which has to do with the tuning of the oscillators, the pitch, and this time not between the single voices, but within one voice itself. As in most analog synths, we have 2 oscillators here, oscillator 1 and oscillator 2, which you can detune against each other using these, or fine using this control here, which applies to all voices, of course. And in real voltage controlled analog synths, even when you tuned this absolutely evenly, it never was perfectly tuned, of course. There always was left some beats between oscillator 1 and 2, some phasing, a little bit of phasing going on. And this control, this little trimpot can take control over this aspect of an analog synth. So for this, to show you this, I'll load again a preset from the test patches bank, which we initially loaded. I think it's here, Polysaw equal phase. Okay, equal phase. as you can see in this preset, this trimpot control is set to 0, which means that oscillator A1 and 2 really are tuned absolutely equally, no beats going on, no phasing, which, as said, never, in fact, never was the case in voltage controlled analog synths. Let's listen. As you can hear, no beats going on, no phasing. And when we set this to maximum, let's listen to the difference. As you can hear, there is some slow beats going on, a little bit of phasing between the two, and this is the case, as said, in every voltage controlled synth. It's within one voice, and the same as in real voltage controlled analog synths. When you apply this, it's not the same in each voice. It's a little bit different in each voice. The speed varies a bit, the depth varies a bit. Sorry for the crackling, it's because of the digital cable. Maybe I have to sync from the internal audio interface, I don't know. Let's try again. So we have the phasing going on, and when we set this to 0, as you can hear, you have just a random starting phase state, but the phase doesn't change anymore. And in fact, this was never the case in, I said, in voltage controlled analog synths, but this was the case in digitally controlled analog synths, analog synths with digitally controlled oscillators, DCO synths. These synths started to be around in the mid of the 80s, 84, 85. I think one famous example was the Oberheim Matrix 6, which still was analog, fully analog, but the oscillator pitches weren't controlled anymore by voltage, but they were digitally controlled, so they could be tuned absolutely even between them. So more sounding like this, while in a voltage controlled synth it would more sound some phasing going on. And when we play some polyphonic sounds, you will notice this too here. Okay, like this, it's like a voltage controlled analog synth. While in this state, it sounds like a DCO synth. Okay. Once again, voltage controlled. Much more movement going on. And the good thing is you really can you can blend seamlessly between the two extreme states. So you can have no beats like a DCO, and you can have random beats going on like in a voltage controlled analog synth in this state. So that's one of the reasons OP-X PRO-II really can emulate all kinds of synths, even DCO synths. We actually have an example. We have a bank which was cloned after an existing DCO synth, the Krumar Bit 99. There was another version called Bit 1. We are going to quickly load the bank to show you some of the sounds. They sounded a little bit more sterile than the voltage-controlled analog synths. So this bank here, Bit 99 from Krumar, was an Italian company. Let's check some sounds. The sounds were fat, but they didn't have this little bit chaotic thing going on, this a little bit pissed off thing going on. It was more a bit tight. Okay, so this feature really lets you to emulate DCO synths. You can have a mixture. You can have a little bit of this voltage control thing going on, and for the old banks like OBX, etc., Jupiter 8, you will set the control to this state so that you have the original. Oh, sorry, I don't have the sound anymore. Let's load the bank again. Test batches. And then the tuned phase. Okay. And I said it's in every voice a little bit different. We emulated all of this. It's absolutely the same as it was in the real synths. So you have full control over detuning, all the tunings within the voice, between the voices, in the pitch, in the filters, envelopes, portamento, which really allows you to achieve any character of sound. And let's say the tunings, the state of detuning, the amount of the detunings, the stability really was a big factor that defined the character of a synth apart from the filter, the sound of the filter. So it's a very important feature to make it possible to emulate all kinds of different synths, which OP-X PRO-II really is capable of, as you clearly can see in the banks, which emulate all kinds of synth: Jupiter 8, Prophet 5, Matrix 12, Matrix 6, etc., etc. Okay, what have you forgotten? Okay, one feature still linked to the voice management of the synth is the legato control, and for this I have to load another sound. Maybe I think we are going back to the default bank. Okay. Maybe. Okay, I'm taking a a lead sound like rock unison. Okay. Okay. What does this legato control? Well, when you're playing and this is not activated, the pitch won't glide over to the new note. So when you release again the note, it will break off. When you activate it, it will glide, the pitch will glide to the next note and then back to the held note. I think I'm doing this on the camera quickly to show you what I mean. One moment. I have to set up the camera quickly. Okay, we have the camera now. Okay, as you can see, I'm again going to deactivate it. Okay. As you can see, it breaks off. And when I activate it, and also it's last note priority. Also, it will spring back also from the bottom area. In the old synths, it mostly just was from the lower range. So we think it's more convenient like this. Now what's important, this also can have an effect in polyphonic sounds because it's a whole system and all controls also apply in polyphonic mode, so it can make a difference activating this control in polyphonic mode, especially when you run out of voices. Then it actually should bend the pitch of the last voice to the new voice instead of stealing, but it's a bit complex. It depends on the sound and on the system, everything, how this works. But it's important in polyphonic, in monophonic, in unison sounds. And let's stop the camera. So let's put this back on the other side, sorry. Okay. And regarding this, I want to show you once more the voice management, which, as said, also allows to activate and deactivate voices, to have any voice of choice involved or deactivated. So you can build 4 voice synths, 3 voice synths, 5 voice synths, but also you can do monophonic synth, especially in combination with this legato control, which can become very important for a Minimoog sound. Let's load the one. Let's open the Minimoog bank. Okay, some say Minimoog. First preset, we have this bass, Minimoog, the classic bass, 3 oscillator bass. And as you can see, this control is activated, and so when I play, it springs back as it was the case in the Minimoog. Okay. As you can see here, we still have 3 voices activated to emulate the 3 oscillators in a Minimoog, but that's another topic. But to demonstrate you how to create a simple monophonic synth, we are going to load the SH2000 bank. The SH2000 was a synth of an early monophonic synth of Roland, which was one of the first synths offering Aftertouch, so touch control. I think it was the answer to the Pro Soloist from Arp. So let's load this. And this is an old bank which still was programmed with the predecessor of the OP-X PRO-II, which didn't have the feature to deactivate voices. And so the sounds in this SH2000 bank, these are in fact copies, that's copies of the actual presets in this synth. We used to own one of these, but the sounds are still in polyphonic mode. As you can see, this wasn't possible with the original SH2000, but the sound are original. There were these colored buttons you could switch down and up. Maybe you've seen this synth once. And so we want to turn this into the original behavior by making it fully monophonic. As you can see, Aftertouch, I'm pressing down the key a bit harder. I've got a MIDI keyboard that allows this. It's activated here, as you can see, Aftertouch. But to make it absolutely original, I had to deactivate all voices except one. What still misses now is the legato behavior. So we activate this one. I forgot something. Of course, that it works, it really works, we have to activate unison. Okay? Unison, that's important for the voice distribution unit, how it manages the voices. So let's activate this one. Just one voice, legato switched on. So like this, it absolutely acts like a real original SH2000. Maybe let's do this with another sound. Maybe the famous fuzz guitar. Sorry for the clicks, that's the cable. Okay, like this, like this. So you've emulated a monophonic synth with OP-X PRO-II, which actually is a 12 voice synth like the Matrix 12, but you really can do everything, even with the voices, with voice allocation. It really, the system acts exactly the same as the real voltage controlled analog synths. Really everything, the voices, how the voices work, how the voices interact, etc. And so that's the reason, together with the filter, which we come back to later, why you can emulate all kinds of sounds from all kinds of synth using this synth here. Okay. So I think we've covered the system. First one we had the sounds, now the voice system, how you can set up the voice system, and now we actually come to the normal features. Maybe one thing I forgot, as I did already. Of course, we have the panning control, so let's load again the default bank, because I think the first preset, the Matrix 12, is a good sound to demonstrate this. I quickly have to stop. Okay, we're back. I think we are going to load a different sound to demonstrate you this. Again, I load the test patches back. Okay, now here we have panning. Okay, panning. I have a pad here, it's set to 6 voices. Okay. It's a warm sounding pad. As you can see, we again have 6 panning controls, and as we learned before, these both control the upper 6, also the voices of the upper voice bank, and at the same time the voices of the lower voice bank. So this panning control pans this one and this voice, the second one this and this, and so on. Everything clear. As you can see, in this setting we have 6 voices activated. So I'm quickly going to deactivate all voices except the first. So now I'm going to pan it on the left, on the right, and when I set the master polyphony to 12 voices, it will go to the lower voice bank. As you can see, both voices share the same pan setting. Also they are completely independently built really, but they simply share the same controls. It's easier to manage. Okay, same for the second voice. And so on, everything clear. Okay, we again going to switch to 6 voices, activate all voices. Okay, like this, all voices 1 to 6, and with this also 7 to 12 are panned in the center. Such as synths that didn't have a panning feature, like the Jupiter 8 or the Prophet 5. So to emulate these, you had to set these perfectly to center. Now in the previous versions, in the earlier versions, OP-X and OP-X Pro, you had to do this manually, which is quite cumbersome to do, and because of this we implemented a series of quick presets which switch all the 6 knobs at the same time. And these are these controls here. As you remember, in the synth interface version, these actually were there too, but they were hidden. You had to click on this number. These 6, in fact, are these 6 here, and this one is the word voice and the word pans. No, that's not true. The word voice and the word pans actually was for this control. So I think it's these 6. These 6 are the 6 presets, and this one here is the mono switch. So let's demonstrate this. When I have any setting, panning setting, you can quickly, by one click, switch all the panning controls at once to perfectly center by clicking on this one here. Okay? Let's do it. Tuck. You've seen it. I'll do it once again. So like this, if I play it, you can hear it's panned, and now perfectly mono. As said, you can do this here too in the synth interface version. So when I click on voice, it does the same. Once again, you can do this. Okay, let's go on. Perfectly center mono, and now we have this little trim pot. Now sometimes you simply want to stretch, to pan apart the voices from each other like this, and in the earlier beginning versions, OP-X Pro, you had to do this manually. It was some work, of course. But in this synth, if you want to evenly spread the pans, you reach this button here. As you can see, what happens. Very easy, very, very convenient. You can do the same here by clicking on pans and dragging the mouse vertically. Okay, it's the exact same, just a bit hidden. Very, very useful feature. Okay, let's go on. Perfectly centered. Now we have this button. When you click this, it sets the knobs to a halfway spread situation, very usable one. So just to pan a bit, one click, mono. Stereo, and you still, of course, you still could edit this to your liking, etc. Now let's come to these controls here. As you can see it, they trigger different ways of having the pans. This one here switches all pans on the left. This one here, you have left, left, right, left, left, right. Then other ways of switching, of panning. Here you can see it goes from left to right as you progress in the voices. But then it springs back again. Okay, we try it. And the last one does a similar thing, but it goes back. First on it goes from right to left, and then again back from left to right. Other way, sorry. From left to right, and then from right to left. And these 4-5 presets, they also can be achieved here by hitting these. As you can see, these are the same. This is the spread, the preset spread one, and the other 5 are the 5 grouped in the rack edition synth. Okay, and now to demonstrate what they can do in which situation they are convenient, we are going to load I think an Arpeggiator. Okay, an Arpeggiator preset. Okay, mono. Now listen what the voices do. And now especially this one. More of when you make it slower a bit. I think it's... As you can hear, it goes from left to right to left to right. So you really quickly, very quickly can switch. You can try out what sounds good with an arpeggio. Let's do some other ones. Etc. It's really very, very intuitive. You can do this on the fly while an arpeggio is running, etc. You don't have to do this part by part manually. You have all these presets. It's very fast. You can do this, you can control them evenly, etc. Okay, let's have a look at the last panning feature. I think this is something unique. This never has been realized before in a synth, at least in the past. I don't know if everyone has copied this from us already. Let's load the default bank once more. We have this Matrix Soft Strings 2, which is the first sound you hear, and you can hear what's going on with the feature we are going to look now in this sound. As you can hear, it's very vivid on a stereo way. We have switched to stereo, but not only this, when you listen carefully, you can hear that the voices actually pan from left to right and left to right automatically. Let's take just one voice. Can you hear it? Next voice. And they all do this independently, and you can apply this using the panning modulation knob. Let's listen to the difference. I'm going to deactivate it. Okay, the same sound. I'm going to apply it. Can you hear it? Really makes the stereo imaging very, very vivid and moving. much more than it would be simply using the static panning. So let's do it. That's mono. Let's pan it a bit. And now panning modulation. As you can hear, it clicks in when you. That's why there's a little click, and from here on, it applies it to each of the knobs, and each individually. So it depends what it does. It depends on the starting state of the knob. When you have it set like this, it won't do anything. We can try this with one voice. At least I think it's like that. Let's check. Okay, it won't do anything. But when the more you pan it, the more it will modulate it, and it depends on which side it is. It will invert the whole story. So it's really independent for each of the voice channels. Again, it's the upper and the lower voice always going through the same pan. And the whole thing, of course, is controlled by an LFO. And since we have two LFOs, this is the main LFO here, which also can control pitches and filter and pulse width, etc. We also have a lever LFO, which mainly is used for vibrato, using the pitch wheel. And you can use both. You can either route this one to here, to the panning modulation, or you can route this one. And you can switch between the two using, which one? Using this one here, this button here. When it's activated, we will quickly see. When it's activated, it takes the lever LFO, as you can hear. And you have to know at the same time, because you want to remain this independent, at the same time when this one is activated, the LFO for vibrato is taken from here, is taken from this LFO. And when you deactivate it, it takes this LFO here, so you can hear this doesn't do anything anymore, but this one and in this state this separate LFO again controls the vibrato, the pitch wheel vibrato. Okay? As you can see, when it's very slow, let's activate the other voices again. It really can be very interesting, especially when you do the far panning. So listen to this. Gives you very rich textures. Okay, of course, this is also very interesting using arpeggios. Let's take a one. think this is mono. No, not mono. But let's. Oh, it's activated here. You can hear it. So this is a very, very rich, interesting control for your panning. It makes things extremely vivid in all kinds of sounds. Really unique feature in this synth. Okay, now I think we really covered. Quickly have to look if it's still recording here. I think now we covered the whole voice management system, including all its parts. We not even have started to discuss the normal features of the synth, like filters and oscillators, etc. So we are going to do this now. I think first on we are going to have a look at the effects, which is something you probably also can apply or edit when you're just using presets. Okay, so for this, let's load the bank which has no effects applied. Let's again take this bit 99 bank. Okay. It's a very dry sound. Okay, now we here have two controls, effects on. You can see it lights up when you switch it. And edit. You have the same in the synth interface version. It's a little bit different here. Edit, it's inverted. On is here. You can see it doesn't lit up here. It's just a different color. And edit goes to the right side, whereas in the Rack Edition version it goes on the left side. And you have the PP, the parallel processing button in here, which is in the synth is here on the outside. That's the difference, but everything else is exactly the same in both types of the interfaces. Okay, try even, as you can see, all the trimpots, the controls are set to 0, which means there are no effects going on even when you activate this. So no difference here. So now we have several controls. As you can see, here is del, means delay, reverb. With these two you can control the amount of the effect, so how much reverb, how much delay you want to have. Here you can edit delay, so delay time, as you can see on the left, it shows only when you click on the control, it pops up. It shows the time in milliseconds, so you can up to 1000 milliseconds, which is 1 second, long enough, and you can control the feedback. For the reverb, it's very simple but effective. You have the size, you have the width, so the stereo width, and you have the damping factor. So you could set these manually, of course, but much easier again is to use presets. So you can see this little arrow here, and you click on this one, you can see popping up presets, which you again can close by again clicking here. Presets named delay, reverb, church, room, mono, etc., which in fact set the controls to a dedicated setting. Like church is a large hall, yeah? Just one click, it's there. You can see all controls were set. You still could do some more of the same. Or for this type of sound, maybe you want to have a mono, reverb, vintage. Okay, now we also have a pure delay preset. Let's activate this one. As you can see, the reverb is deactivated, but it's there in the background, so you still could raise this one. And you also would have some reverb, but it's only delay, normally set to 500 milliseconds. So it makes the presets make it very easy to quickly try which one sounds the best. We have presets that have some delay and some reverb going on the same time, which is very often very useful for lead sound. Room, which is less reverb. Just give it a little bit of ambient room feeling. Or reverb, which is more bright. Maybe let's quickly load a solo sound, a dry one. As you can see, when we want to load banks, I have to close the edit view. So let's load some pure OP-X sounds from downloaded. Let's take the comparison, which actually are presets directly cloned from a real OP-X. In here we have a pure sync sound. So let's apply, we can leave this open. Let's apply some effects to this one. As you can see, there is some effects already. So you can, in fact, you can set some effects in the background and save the sound with deactivated effects, and you can activate it anytime. And it's there. You can see which one sounds better. So let's quickly try the other presets with the lead sound. Just delay. Whereas lead applies some church reverb to it. Which is really the combination which is convenient for most of the lead sounds, actually. Okay, you can try this by yourself. Solo, I think there's the reverb is a little bit more bright, less big. Etc. You really can try this with any sound quickly, and you can still edit it afterwards. Feedback. Maybe just take delay. Make it very long, the delay. Add some reverb. Maybe let's check the reverb again with the bit 99 percussion sound. Let's load it. Just to show you the reverb once more. I'm going to load the mono. So this, as you can see, the width here is set to 0, so there is no stereo width. As I increase this one, it gets more stereo. Which is a bit less vintage. You can control the size, smaller. The damping, when it's damped, it sounds a bit warmer. Like this, it sounds brighter. Oh, I did something. Sorry. Etc. So you can see you can do everything. It's quick. It's really convenient with the presets. Okay. Now let's have a look what we have here inside. You can see this button here means sync. When you click on it, it gets colored, which means the arpeggio gets synced either to the sequencer when the sequencer runs, or when you have the arpeggiator applied, it will also sync to the arpeggiator. You have several types of sync. You have normal sync, so one-to-one sync. We have triple sync, so triolic sync, and we even have dotted sync. So which I can show you this with a preset. Let's close this again. I'm going to load default bank. Okay, we have a preset triple sync ARP 3, which you may know this sound. Okay, let's analyze the effects here. As you can see, we have effects switched on. Let's switch it off and listen again. It's just like this. And when I activate it, and as you can see, we have some reverb and we have delay. And now here we have this triolic delay. So as you can hear, when I switch to normal sync, Let's do this, normal sync. It just would be like this. Which is a bit stiff, a bit boring. But when I activate triple, it really feels triples. In perfect sync. So when it's synced and when you edit the delay time, it will react in big steps. So in the range that is possible for this sync mode. So let's try it. Okay, that's too fast. As you can see, it switches. That's what we had. One step higher. So it's always perfectly in sync. You can't set it to a wrong time. As you can see, there is not more possible to stay in sync. Dot it. Etc. You really can try which one sounds better. You can edit the time, which will always be in sync, etc. Maybe you check the Arpeggiator sounds. Maybe let's take a different one. I'm going to take one from the Platinum Bank, which is a great Arpeggiator preset. This one. Okay. As you can hear, we have dotted. If it would be normal, like this, it would be different. And when it's dotted, it sounds like this. So you really can do everything, every way of syncing. The delay, it syncs to the Arpeggiator, and when you sync the Arpeggiator, you can sync this one too to the song. Then you would click here and it would be synced to the song. You could edit the speed and it would all remain synced. And the same with the LFO, you can sync the LFO to the song and the delay is synced to all of it, so everything can be in sync, which is really great for sequencer work. Okay, I think we almost covered the effects. We have one last control, which is this one. PP, parallel processing, is not that important. As mentioned already in the synth interface version, let's close this. This control is outside the edit area on the very right. And here, because we have a little bit less space, it's within here on this side. Okay, so what does this control do? I'm doing an example for you. I'm again going to load a bank, clean bank, maybe. Again, this comparison bank. Okay. So I'm going to apply, I'm taking this effect and I'm going to apply some delay, just delay. And that this setting remains in the bank, stamped in the bank. I'm going to hit copy, okay? So it remains like that. So let's go to the next preset, which has different effects. We're going to apply another one, a mono reverb, but no delay, etc. We're going to stamp this one too. Okay, now let's go to this one. Now, normally when you have two presets using different effects, and the second one uses a delay time of 0, when you switch presets, it would cut off the effects of the previous preset. And this is the case, is normally the case. Let's check this. Okay, the delay is away. Okay, now when I'm going to activate this button, which means parallel processing, this happens. When you switch presets, the delay goes on. It fades off. Could you hear it? It doesn't cut off. Well, the new preset has its own settings. Well, how did we do it? Well, the name says it's parallel processing. Actually, we have two separate effects processors built in here. Both have delay, both have reverb, and when you activate this one, each new preset is mapped to the other free processor. So the other free new processor can take the new settings while the previous one is untouched. Thus the effects can sound to the end, etc. So that's we think this never has been realized in a VST synth before. It's not very important, of course, but it's there. You could use it. You can try it. Maybe it could be of use. Maybe. Especially for delays, it's not so good when you have especially when you have a very long delay. Let's do this to 1 second. Again, stamp. You will be not very happy when this simply disappears upon switching presets. Okay. So like this, it can go to the end, etc. Okay. These were the effects. So what's next? I would say next is the Arpeggiator. The Arpeggiator is one of the very, very powerful tool in this synth. So to demonstrate it, we are going to load again the test patches bank. Okay. Well, I have to check if it's still recording. It obviously does. Okay. Now let's go to the Arpeggiator section. Voila. Okay, now the Arpeggiator is very deep. It's just a few controls actually. To these controls belong these 4 buttons, this display, and this button here, which can have several states. It can be off, it can be on, it can be deep red, and sometimes also this one can play a role in the Arpeggiator. So let's check it. So generally, to activate the Arpeggiator, you have to activate this button. So without, you have a simple sound here. No effects. It sounds as if it has effects, but it's just a decay. So when I activate it, we have some arpeggio. Okay, now where can we control? As you can see, we have 4 buttons here, some text, and now in difference to the synth interface version here, we have some more text. As you can see, there is some more text in the Rack Edition version above, which makes it a bit easier to remember which control does which. Okay. Here, this is the most important button. This is the modes button. Okay. When you click on it, there's a display. There's a display showing the modes, and there are 32 modes. Okay, you can see the number. We have 2 times 16. We have 16 without a green dot on the left, as you can see here. Go down, and then we have another 16 with the green little dot on the left, so that you can see which number you are in. And display shows what the preset does. Okay. And to make it clear, it's not just an Arpeggiator, a normal one, it's also a MIDI processor, so it can do more than just arpeggiate. There are also other functions, mainly these ones here: double, preset chords, manual chords, records. And now we have the normal arpeggios: pitch 4 down, pitch 3 down. Now what means pitch? Up and down is clear. Order, 4 down, 3 down, order. Now what's the difference between order and pitch? And then rand, you may guess this one. This of course means random. And here we have steps, different modes. In fact, these step presets were taken from the very early versions of the OP-X synth, so OP-X and OP-X Pro. They didn't have a real arpeggiator and a standard arpeggiator. They had some kind of steps arpeggiator. It was a memory which was fed by incoming notes, and then it was played back like a sequencer. So these are these steps here. Steps, you have, I think you have 8 steps that are filled with incoming notes, and they just play back the same. And here one step, the last one, always is repeated one time, etc. Then here 2 are repeated, It's quite experimental. Okay, we come to the normal arpeggios. Now, random is clear. Random arpeggios, you know this from the Jupiter 8. You could apply random mode, which means when you play some notes, it will randomly allocate these in the arpeggio. Okay. Then we have the same with 3 octaves. The number always means how many octaves. 3 octaves up and down, random. Etc. Okay. Then we have order. Now we have order and we have pitch. Now order means that the notes are played, replayed in the same order as you play them in on the keyboard, which in fact was the mode, the way Jupiter 8, the famous arpeggiator of Jupiter 8 worked. So you can emulate this in OP-X PRO-II. You can emulate the Jupiter here. Now maybe let's take a different preset for this. I'm quickly going to default bank. We have some Jupiter sounds. Let's take Jupiter Cembalo Arpeggiator. Okay. This is set to double, so let's set to the normal mode. Okay, order 1 octave upwards. I had hold activated. When you click a second time here, the arpeggio gets hold. Okay, when I release the fingers, it will. In fact, I quickly have to film this again. I hope I can do this here. So, just when you see it once more, I'm trying to do this once more. Activate. And now I activate hold. Okay, can you see it? Okay, that's hold. Now the synth has a feature, again a hidden feature. The problem is when your hands are busy playing, you normally don't have a hand free to apply hold with the mouse. So how do you apply hold? Now we implemented, I quickly have to reactivate the preset. We implemented a way to activate hold using the damper pedal. So you can do it hands free, no problem. A moment. I'm quickly going to show you this. We have a preset here. Now here we have the red state because it's a double mode. We come later to this one. I quickly want to show you the pedal hold function. So you can apply hold without the mouse when your hands are busy playing by quickly depressing and again releasing the damper pedal you normally have to attach to your keyboard within less than a half a second. It's a time filter, so when you do it slower, it won't activate it, but when you do it quickly, it will activate hold. And now it depends in which mode you are, in normal or arpeggio mode. I'm going to a normal mode here. Okay. Let's activate normal arpeggio. Okay, now when I quickly depress and again release the damper pedal within less than half a second, then have a look at this button, what this does. I'm going away with the mouse. It's not the mouse that's doing this. Okay, now I press it. Have you seen what happens? It turns into the deep red state, which means hold the button. Then I do it the same again to deactivate hold again. Okay, what's happened now? Let's try with the sound. As you can see. And again release. Voila. And the same is when you're using a double arpeggio. We're coming to this later. In this case, you have to activate this one to become arpeggiated. And in this case, this button here is the hold button. Okay. Now, you can apply hold in this mode using the damper pedal. So let's do an example. Okay. Hold, I can release it. Then again release. Voila. It's very, very handy. Maybe let's apply some effects. I've got some pre-made effects here which are synced. Okay, let's activate these. It's quite nice. As you can hear, do the same again. Have you seen? It's very, very handy using this feature. However, you have to be careful not to, when you do sequencing, that you're not using the pedal in this way, because otherwise you will have hold going on. The arpeggiator won't stop. So you have to be careful with this. Again, it's a time filter, so when you do it less quickly, it won't trigger this function. So when you press it down and then 1 second later only release it again, it won't trigger this function. Okay. You see, nothing has happened. Nothing has happened. Okay. Now let's go back to the normal arpeggios. This was a little off topic. We were here. Random we had. Okay. Maybe a little bit. I'm going to turn off this a little bit. This is the speed. Okay. Now let's check the other modes. As said, order means the same. The notes will play in the same order as you played it on the keyboard. Let's the same as in Jupiter 8. Let's do an example. The same with more octaves, upwards. Or the same 4 or up and down. Okay. It's clear up down what this does. In the pitch mode, the notes always are played back in the order of the pitch, no matter in which order you enter them. I can make an example. So when I first hit this one, then this one, then this one, then this, it nevertheless will go up from here to here to here to here, no matter how, in which order you played it. That's more the way you are used to work arpeggiators in other synths. So in OP-X Pro you can have both. You can have the Jupiter 8 way of working. You have the standard way. You have random. You have several modes: up, down, 4 octaves, 3 octaves, up, down, 3, etc., etc., etc. So this is all the standard stuff, but in 2 modes: order and pitch. Again, to cover, really, to be able to cover, to copy or to clone all kinds of synth sounds, of famous synth sounds. Okay, let's check the other modes. Records. For this I load a different preset. I'm going to load the famous bank, and in here we are going to Pink Floyd's On the Run. Okay, this is a normal arpeggio here. Normal arpeggio like this. Okay, now we are going to, as you can see, it's order, so it's in the same way as it played. Now we are going to the record preset. Okay, what's this one? This is not an arpeggio preset. This in fact is a little 8-step sequencer, which was inspired by the EMS Synth A. This was a second version of the VCS3. It was in a suitcase, and it had a new feature which the VCS3 didn't have. It had a little sequencer built in, and in fact it was inspired, this feature was inspired by this sequencer. So what can you do here? We have records, and we are in recording state at the moment. So what we can do, we can play up to 8 notes, play in. It doesn't matter in which speed we do this. So let's say example. Oh, sorry, I have to delete it again. I had to delete the filter, wasn't done correctly. Okay. Okay, we've played the notes in, they are in the memory now, and now we can start the sequencer by hitting hold. Okay, can you hear? It plays by itself. You can change the speed. Okay, now here we again have the problem, maybe your hands are busy playing, whatever. So again, you can activate playback using the damper pedal. So let's do it once again. I don't use the mouse now, I'm just playing in the notes. Now I quickly depress and again release the damper pedal, which will start playback. Okay. Now of course you can edit the sound, apply effects if you like. I'm going to apply some church. We can and we again can stop the sequencer by doing the same. So quickly depressing and releasing again. Okay, it's very handy. It's a very funny feature. Records, live feature, of course. You can't save such a sequence. It won't remain when you save the preset. It's just the mode that remains saved. Okay. Let's go to the next mode. We had records. Okay, chord mode. For this one we again load a preset from the test patches bank to demonstrate. We go to Arpeggiator. Record chord. Okay, chord. Now what's chord? Preset chord. Preset chord means you actually have a saved chord. So when you play one note, we'll have a chord playing. Now which chord? For this we have several chord presets here. So this previously used speed button has a new function. This is labeled here on top. You can choose between several different chords here. So we have a major chord, we have a minor chord. So let's start at the very beginning. Octave, it's just an octave, a double octave. Then we have a lower upper octave. Then we have oct unison. So we have a fourth. Of course this works for every note, so it depends how many voices. It's very much recommended to activate 12 voice master polyphony because your chords of course eat up voices. So when your chord uses 2 or 3 voices, 3 notes, it eats up as many voices. Okay, in this case just 2, but when I hit 2 keys at one time, it uses 4 voices. Okay, then we go on. We have 4th double. It doubles the whole thing. And again, remember, it gets really interesting also by using spread here, because it's all in the same voice management system. 4th unison. 4th octave. 5th. 5th double. More fat. 5th unison. Okay. Then we go on. 5th octave. Major chord, we already had this one. Minor chord, minor 7. And since you can use spread, etc., you really can make this sound a little bit like the 8 Oberheim 8 voice. Which could do such chords by setting each voice to a different pitch. So here we can do very easily with using presets. Now this one is too interesting. Very full sounding. Now, that's not all. We also can arpeggiate such chords. Now, by using these 2 knobs to control, mainly this one, the control, the preset, we will have to use these 2 buttons here to set the speed and the mode, the arpeggio mode, because the mode button actually is tied to the chord preset and the speed using this knob here. That's also why we have this text. CH means chord, and double, that's the last preset. These 2 modes use these 2 buttons for arpeggio control. And how to arpeggiate it? Since this one already is activated, now it's simply by clicking once more on this button. So let's do it. Okay, now you can control the arpeggio. We have a little fewer modes, but still the most common ones. Also, we can hold such an arpeggio. This one here we can't use anymore. It's used up for for the mode itself. So we use this one here, hold, which also is used to apply velocity, but later to this one, which isn't actually necessary in Arpeggiator presets. So we can use this button for hold. So let's do this. And also, as shown already, we can apply this hold using the damper pedal, so like this. So okay. Now also I said the whole chord system too works still within the voice system, the voice management system. So you can do everything. You also can do with normal sound, so applying spread. But also you can apply unison. So let's do this normally again without arpeggiating. Maybe let's take a major chord. So like this, it's a polyphonic synth, which uses up quite a bit of. Now we switch to 6. As you can see, it eats up 4 voices. Okay. Now we apply unison. Let's see what happens. Okay, this doesn't work, of course. Sorry, I've done it wrongly. Of course, you don't use this one because you already have several notes going on. What you have to do to make it act like a unison sound, you have to limit the voices to the number of used voices in the chord. So here we have 4. So we are going to deactivate these 2 and check that this one is set to 6 voices. Now we just have 4, and now we could do everything we also can do with a normal unison sound. So we could apply legato. Maybe let's give a little bit of sustain. We can apply portamento. Also we can apply portamento detuning. Spreads, okay. So you can do so much using this preset. You let's again take one preset to show you how we did this one with actually a polyphonic synth originally. Let's take the Minimoog Bank. Minimoog, okay. We have the Minimoog Classic Bass. Okay, as you know, the Minimoog, it had 3, not only 2, 3 oscillators, and one famous way of using them was setting them to different octaves so that there was a full sound. So problem here, we only have 2 oscillators in our synth, so we actually could not do a proper Minimoog 3 oscillator bass sound. But since we have the chords preset and very flexible voice management, we have here the oct lower upper preset, which means it adds a lower octave and an upper octave note to the played note. As you can see, it uses 3 voices. And what we did in this preset, we limited the active voices to 3. So when I would reactivate this one, you can see it would use the other ways. It would not be anymore a mono sound, but when we deactivate these ones, we have a mono sound, and we also activated legato. Okay, and like this, it just acts like an original Minimoog. Using a chord preset. Okay, that's one of the applications. Okay, let's move on. I'm again going to load appropriate preset from the test patches bank. I'm going to load I'm going in the chord section. We already had this one here. Okay, we're going here. We have another preset dedicated to chords. As we had before, we had preset chords, and here we have manual chord. Manual chord, what's this? In this preset, you actually can play a chord on the keyboard, any chord you like, and you can freeze it, you can hold it, and then play the chord using one note. In fact, this is a function which was present, which was available in the original OP-X. You could do this with these buttons here. In some of the earlier versions, it wasn't labeled, it was a hidden feature, but you could do the chords hold function, and we implemented it here too. So how does it work? You activate this preset, of course. Manual chord, you have to activate again here the arpeggio button, and now you have to play a chord. I think it depends. Sorry, I have to. It depends where do you do this. So I'm going to do it here. I'm playing these 3 notes. I'm going to click here. Now it's saved. Okay, I'm going to release it again. Let's do a different chords, maybe something like this. So you can experiment a bit using various chords you may like. And mainly chords you maybe cannot find here in the chord presets of the preset chord mode. So again, this is a live feature. You can't save any of these chords. They will get lost after closing the synth or closing Logic or another sequencer. Okay? Okay, let's go to the last mode. We covered all so far. We had preset chord, we had manual chord, we had records. Okay, have to deactivate this one. So we are checking the last mode of the 32. It's double. Now what's double? For this I already have a convenient bank, so let's jump to double. Voila. What does double? We have a simple chord, a percussive chord here. Now the double function actually was inspired by the Krumar bit 99, which had a double button you could press, and when you pressed this button, it actually made two voices at the same time play upon playing one key. So I've chosen this mode. I'm going to, it's normal like this. Now have a look at the voice. Let's, at the moment, just one lights up when I play one note. Okay, now I'm going to activate hold the Arpeggiator button to activate the mode, and now look here. Now we have two voices at the same time, triggered by one key. Now when everything is tuned perfectly, almost perfectly, it just gets a bit louder. However, when you apply spreads, when you spread the pitches away of the oscillator, it really gets interesting. The sound becomes fatter. Okay. Once more difference. Without, with. And you can do this to the extreme. So you really can fatten up any sound by applying this function and control the fatness using the spread button. Also, you can arpeggiate these double sounds again, as we already had it with chord sound. So you click again on this one, and now it gets arpeggiated. I have to control the speed here. And again, hold of the arpeggio with this button. Okay, in fact, let's check some of the factory sounds using this feature. It's quite some. One of the ones I really like a lot is in the factory bank. Where do we have it? Syntax. It's a syntax sound. Okay. It's this one? Yes, it's this one. Syntax 30 cembalo. As you can see, we always have two notes here at the same time. Without the double, it's the double function that's activated. Without. And now it immediately gets fatter, right? And you really can control the fatness using this button here. Too fat now. Okay, that's a very useful feature. You can do really rich sounds. You can control the fatness. You can arpeggiate it. It's simply one more way to make sounds interesting. Okay. What's next? What's next? Any idea? I have an idea. We are going forward to the LFO, the main LFO. We already covered the pitch lever, the modulation lever LFO, which is very simple one. It just has a sine wave, but this one has full control. So let's do this one. I quickly have to stop the recording, and then we are back. Okay, we are back. So, as announced, we are going to check. As the next, we are going to check the main LFO, which is in the modulation section. For this, I again going to load the test batches bank. It has some good demonstrating presets. Okay, here in the LFO section, we're going to take this preset. Okay, that's the main LFO. Let's have a look at parts of it. On this side here, we have the wave forms you can choose. We have the sine wave, we have square wave, we have sample and hold, which in fact takes, in normal state, takes noise and samples this noise, and then this gives a random stepped wave as a result. You not only can choose one knob at once, you can have activated several of these, as you can see. And when you look carefully, you can see here below two signs. This one is a triangle and this one is a sawtooth. And this means when you activate this knob and this knob, this results in a sawtooth waveform. If you activate all three, this results in a triangle waveform, which is different from sine. You know, sine is at the beginning it raises fast and then slower and slower and slower and then again fast, etc. And this one is linear speed, upwards, downwards, etc. What happens when you activate none of the combinations that give a new mode, which means this one, in fact. In this, when you activate these two, the waveforms simply got mixed. You have mixed sample and hold and sine. Okay, we're going to check this. Speed, rate, means the speed of the arpeggiator. Then here we have the destinations. So in the Oberheim synths, you actually did the destination routing in a central place, other than E.G. and Jupiter 8, where you did it in the actual aimed sections like filters, oscillators. Here in the Oberheims you did it in the LFO, in the source place, which I actually like. I think it's a good way to do it. Okay, here you can route it to oscillator A1 pitch, oscillator 2 pitch, to filter cutoff. You have a depth control for these in common, and then you have a separate depth knob for This one here are for the pulse width. You can modulate the pulse width, and here for amp. And as you can see, here is a little text below, which means this button has several states. Like this, it goes to the amplifier envelope, so modulating the volume. But when you switch it a second time, it becomes blue state, which means when you have activated this one, sample and hold, which normally samples noise, when you activated this one to blue, the sample and hold function doesn't sample anymore noise, but a sine wave, and is the sine wave of the lever LFO, which results in patterns. In fact, not in random patterns, but in repeated patterns. We will see this soon. So let's start with the sine LFO. So we apply this to pitch. Which one? To both. Speed. The depth. Okay. We can apply it to the filter. And depth. Okay. Again, the speed. Okay. Now we are going to apply it to the pulse width. For this we have to switch the oscillators to square wave and maybe reduce the width. So let's do it. To both. Which results in a quite fatty sound. Let's reduce this one a bit. And we also can apply it to amplifier. Let's return to sawtooth wave here. And of course the same with other waveforms, the square mode. Sorry. Set the filter. As said, we also can do it. Let's take the preset, the dedicated preset. Square wave. No, let's do it from here. We again are going to use this one, filter. So we could use, when we apply these ones, we have the triangle, which is especially interesting in very slow speed. Oh, sorry, now I have to apply all three, sorry. which is different than sine. As you can hear, it's less linear, it's fast at the beginning and then slows down, and here we it's very linear. It's good to EG modulate an arpeggio, open up the filter, closing it down as if you would do it manually. Okay, the next waveform, the sawtooth. Okay, in this state it goes up and then down, but we have a feature down here. These buttons belong to this section here. You can do several interesting stuff using these ones. We have this button here and this button here, and these have several mapped functions in there. In normal mode, you can see they have two colors actually. In normal mode, they invert the phases for this section. This one here inverts the phase for this section here, for the oscillators. And this one here, when you hit this one here one time, it inverts the phase for the pulse width and the filter in common. It's important that you can do this independently because they really act and sound differently. So we have to use this one here. So we have sawtooth, rising. Sorry. Hello? Ah, we have no filter applied. Okay, now we invert the LFO going to the filter using this knob here, and now listen how it changes. Okay, now it inverts this wave here, so it's up immediately and then falls down. Let's take. Okay, and this of course also goes for the oscillators normally. It works. I have to press this one. It's the other way around, etc. Okay, now let's come to sample and hold. I think I need a preset for this. Sample and hold. Okay, in sample and hold, as already mentioned, we have noise, the noise generator. There's a separate one here built in. This noise is sampled by a normal, also the LFO, but in separate steps. And what results when you sample noise, you get a random stepped wave, and you can hear this best when you apply it to the filter with a high resonance setting. So listen to it. I think it increases speed. Of course, it depends on the depth. It's a very, very famous modulation. You may know it from the preset, the famous preset from Rush, the camera eye. Let's quickly check. Oh, I loaded the wrong bank. I must load the famous bank. Famous. In this preset here, where do we have it? Camera eye. We actually have this applied, but we activated the function which makes the sample and hold come in with time. We will cover this afterwards quickly. So let's check. I'm going to apply the camera again. As you can listen, it comes in now. So that's the famous sample and hold function. So let's return to our test patches preset, which was very convenient for checking this function. Okay, sample and hold. Now let's check sampled vibrato. Actually, this was taken from the Oberheim OB-8. OB-8 offered this feature in hidden, first on hidden. It was a second page function, so you could apply sampled vibrato. On the second page, I think an advanced version then had some text on the interface to show these functions. Previously, it was a hidden function. So normally, when you apply sample and hold, noise is sampled, resulting in a random step wave, as you can hear here. Now when I activate this one in blue state, in normal state it's just amp, going to amp like this. Now not anymore noise is sampled, but the sine wave of the lever LFO is sampled, which means the sine wave is repeating, is circular repeating, and so you don't get any more a random wave. You get a repeated cluster. We going to check this. Okay. Now the result depends on the speed of the sampled sine wave, which is this one. So let's change the speed here. Slow. And of course it also depends on the speed of sampling, which determines this button here. Fast. We have to increase the depth a bit, can it better be heard? Okay, we increase the speed here. So you can hear it results in repeated clusters. It's a very, very interesting mode. It really sounds different. It sounds yeah, it really sounds different. It can be used in other contexts. We have some presets showcasing this sampled vibrato function. For example, when you go to the sample and hold bank, where do we have it? Sample and hold here. Okay, here we have the second preset, sampled vibrato sync. So let's listen how this sounds. And I think also this one, is this also? No, that's not sample and vibrato. But this one. So it's a very interesting feature. I said play around with the speed here, with the sample speed, etc., with the depth of the modulation, etc., and it's really very, very interesting. So what do we have more? We covered already these buttons here in their basic functions. So to invert the modulation of either this section here, oscillators, or this and this section together, filter. But as you can see, these buttons also have a blue state, and this one here, you even have two blue states, which has a reason, which we will see soon. So let's go back to our test patches bank so that I can demonstrate this feature. Let's go. Okay, one of these functions, it's already activated in this preset, is the manual trigger options. So normally I'm going to deactivate it. Normally I have to apply the camera again. Normally when you play a patch with LFO, the LFO starts at a random phase state. So okay, so now you want to have control. You want that your patch, when you play notes, that the phase of the LFO modulation actually is tied to the notes, to the start of the notes. To do this, you activate this in blue state, and now watch this. Okay, you've seen the difference when I deactivate it. It's locked. The oscillator, the LFO just runs. It runs. But activated here, you really have control over it. It always will start at the same phase. So I'm going to reduce this a bit. So not enough with this. Maybe you want to be able to control the starting point of the phase. So can we do it? Yes, we can, of course. And we will do it with this little button, with this little trim pot, which normally controls the the ongoing beats between oscillator 1 and 2, but in LFO mode this is not that relevant anymore, so that we can use this little trimpot for a different function. In this case it can control the starting point of our phase, the starting phase. So I'm going to lower the speed. I'm going to do this away here. So at the moment it's triggered here, it starts in the low phase of the sine wave. So we are going to switch this to turn this right. As you can hear, now it starts at a different point. Now in this state it starts at the top instead. Okay, in difference to this position, it starts at the beginning, and here it starts at the top. Okay? In fact, we described this in the synth manual. Let's quickly go to downloads. Hello. To Racketish, we have separate manuals, so let's launch this one. Manual, maybe you nevertheless will use. You have to use it despite of this tutorial. You may activate table of contents on the left, so you have all the contents. And now a very important function of the manual. Of course, you have an index which is all linked, so you can alphabetical, you can click these and you are taken to the right place. But we also, on the very last page, we have what we call a picture index. As you can see, you have the interface here of the synth, and now you want to know what does a dedicated control, like the one we are at the moment. So to learn about it, just click on this control, and when you click on it you will be automatically taken to the right place in the manual. So let's do this for this button here. Voila. Okay, we are here. Okay, oscillator trick. You can see what it does here. Blah blah blah. And here you can see what I mean. It's this control. In triggered mode you can use this trimpot to adjust the starting phase, and you can see what happens. So in the very left sided, in the turned, fully turned anti-clockwise, the LFO starts here down of the sine wave. I've done it. Sorry, I have to go back here. So in this state here, it starts down here. Where do we have the manual? And when we increase it to 12 o'clock here, and 12 o'clock it starts here at the top, which is in fact inverted. Okay, as you can hear, once more. I'm going here. Can you hear? And as you increase it again, goes down the sine wave here, and in fact this state here then again is the same state as here. The same we have also for sawtooth wave. Let's try it. I'm going to activate a sawtooth wave like this. I have to activate this and this one, results in this here. So at the moment, let's check where we are. At the moment here, okay, at the moment we're starting here, okay? So now let's increase this button to here. Okay, and in the nature of the sawtooth wave here, there's a gap then, huh? Okay, here we are at the very border here. Voila, we are here. So it starts immediately, and as soon as you go a little bit further, we start on top here again, and it goes down. You can hear this. Okay, then the whole story is inverted. Okay, so this control especially is important when you sync the LFO to the sequencer, which you can do here. You can apply this here, and then it's extremely important at which phase state of the waveform the actual LFO starts when it is synced to the sequencer. Okay, very important function, very important, this little trim pot again. By the way, this button here applies to both of LFO and Arpeggiator sync, and it makes the speed triple, so 3 times the speed, so you can do triolic way of syncing. And in sync case, of course, the speed rate knob acts in big steps, so it will be quantized according to the speed of the sequencer, of course. Okay, this was this function. So the last function, manual trigger, the last function is the LFO delay function. For this, we are going to use this preset here. Voila, it's already activated. Again, it's here in the blue state. Okay, now when you click another time, it remains blue. Why is this? Well, it's because when you activate this here and you want to invert, at the same time you want to invert the pulse width or filter modulation, you would not be able anymore to do this with this button. So when you click it another time, it will activate inversion at the same time. Everything clear? So normally like this. So LFO delay, what does mean this? The LFO runs, but when you hit the key, it only will come in slowly, as we have seen before in the Rush camera eye preset. You remember? Maybe I show this preset again in the famous bank. So this one, I don't know how they did it in the original. Probably they applied it manually. So the camera eye, you can hear when I play the sound here. the LFO comes in slowly, not immediately. And you can see this is applied here. So if I would deactivate the LFO delay, listen, it would come in immediately, which is not is not what we want. So we want this. We want it not to be there in the beginning, and then only with the time come in slowly. First of all, because I have no hands free to do this by myself with the depth knob here. So this happens automatically here. So let's go back to the demonstration preset in the test patches bank. Voila. LFO delay. So okay, when we apply this one in either of the two blue modes, it activates the delay of the LFO. You can hear it comes in slowly without. I will cut this a little bit back. It comes in immediately, and when I apply it, it comes in slowly. Okay, how do we control how fast or how slow it comes in? Now here you have a pointed line going over here to these two buttons, which you already know from the Arpeggiator. Now in this mode they have a new function, and the new function is you can control how the delayed LFO comes in. Now this one here is the time it takes until it starts rising. So when I put this here, it takes quite some time, and then it comes slowly in. Now how slowly it comes in can be regulated using this knob. When I put this one to 0, it comes in immediately after this time here. So let's try it. Okay, that's not that musical, so it's better to make it come in slowly. Maybe even a bit slower. Okay. Of course, this applies to all voices together, because it's a global LFO. There's not an LFO for each voice. Okay, we have several presets using this feature. For example, one in the bit 99 bank, delayed LFO. So this is a feature, the LFO delay feature is a feature that also was there in the bit 99. Of course it wasn't there in the OP-X. Of course, you could do it in the Matrix 12 somehow using the modulations. It's a very, very musical feature, very important. That's why we spent it, this synth OP-X PRO-II, we generally only implemented features that really makes sense musically. We didn't implement any feature that makes no sense, that is never going to be used. We tried all of this, we implemented features, and then when we never used it in sound programming, then we put them out again. Okay, this was the LFO. So what's next? What's next? I think next has to be probably, yeah, the oscillators. The oscillators. You can do a lot with these, much more than you think. Let's stop the camera again. Okay, I'm quickly going to do a new file here, so let's quickly stop, sorry. Okay, so we are back now. As said, as the next we want to check out the oscillators. So for this we again are going to load our test batches bank, voila, and here we have the oscillators. I'm going to load a preset. Okay, as said, we have 2 oscillators, which was very common in these polyphonic synths. Oscillator 1, oscillator 2. We have 2 pitch controls. We have sawtooth, square, wave on both sides. We can control the pulse width of the, in fact it's a pulse wave. We can control the pulse width with this knob. We have cross modulation, we have sync, then we have some further controls here. We have this one here, QUA, that means quantized. You can switch this to linear, here the same. We will see in a moment what this does. Then we have 3 little trimpots. And this one here, you can fine-tune the pitch of oscillator 1. With this one, fine-tune the pitch of oscillator 2. And with this one, you can set the depth of X modulation. But not only this, because we also have ring modulation, which you can apply at the same time. So simultaneously. And also for this function here, this little trim pot sets the depth of the modulation. Okay. So we have further controls which are linked to the oscillators, and that's this one. Well, actually, in fact, this one here does not apply to the oscillator. It actually does apply to the filters, but it will somehow sound as if it would affect the oscillators. So let's check it quickly. You can see here we have several modes: normal, damped, clear, brilliant. Okay, I'm going to take this one, this mode, to demonstrate quickly the basic functions. So we have two oscillators. If they sound, we don't have a mixer as you know it, maybe from the Minimoog in the Oberheim synths, and also in other synths we have these controls here. So you say in the filter section if an oscillator actually comes through or not. So in this case I'm going to activate oscillator 1. You can, let's make this, so I'm just going to, it's just this side here, so sawtooth wave, maybe let's go back here, pulse width, I can control the pulse width here. Now when you activate both, it's not two waves at the same time, it results in square wave or in pulse wave. The same on this side, of course you can, so let's activate this one here. Voila. Quantized or linear. Let's reduce the filter. Oh, sorry, we have this one here. So sawtooth, square wave, pulse wave, and if we deactivate both, the wave results in sine wave. And this is very, very useful for sine frequency modulation. So like the Yamaha type of FM, which you can do when both of the oscillators are set to sine. To this later in a moment. So let's go back to, I'm going to go back here a little bit, so that maybe I choose not that bright mode, not damped, normal. Okay, now we, or maybe nevertheless this one, now we can either switch this to quantized, which follows the original OP-X way of quantizing. They didn't have a lot of memory, so they had to reduce the actual parameters, and so you only could switch this one in octave. So let's take it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 octaves. I don't know anymore if there was 1 octave less in the original, but it was in octaves. So you also can switch this one to linear, so not quantized anymore. So in this state, it's a seamless pitch control, and you can fine-tune it with this one here. On the other side, other oscillator, I'm going to activate it here. Quantized on this side, like in the original, like in an original OP-X, since this one here isn't just an OP-X emulation, as you know. In this original one, the quantizing on the oscillator 2 was not in octaves, it was in semitones, as you can hear. which of course was important to do intervals. Etc. Okay, but also here you can deactivate, you can switch to linear. So now you have linear. Oh, sorry, I have to deactivate this one. So the same as on this side. You can do the vintage style, or you can have full control linear, which is mainly useful when you use X modulation. Okay. Now to this button here. I said it actually doesn't apply to the oscillators. They're always the same bright in the background. It actually switches, it actually makes influences how much of the sound here comes through the filter. So in normal mode, like this, normal, it's not extremely bright, it's a warm sound. As you can see, we have opened the filter completely. Now when you switch this one to damped, it's damped, which means the filter closes a bit, so this can be convenient for sounds that use the key feature. Then we go on, clear mode. This one is brighter compared to this one, sorry. Normal, it's a bit brighter. In this mode, the filter doesn't cut off the very top, it lets through everything. And in this mode here, it's the brightest mode. It adds some extra shine in the top, which was actually was copied from an OP-X, the behavior of an OP-X. So you can have influence here on how the oscillators sound, but actually, as already said, it's actually done within the filter. We will see this maybe later. So you can decide which one is convenient for you, and in most cases probably the normal mode is good because it's warm, it's a warm sound, it's a full sound. Sounded quite nice and warm. So what else can you do? Of course you can sync both sides. So to do this we apply sync here, the sync button. So we have the famous sync sounds. This one applies to, as you have seen, it applies to this, to oscillator 2. Because it's this one which we have activated here. So when we activate this one here, of course this function here gets interesting when you modulate the pitch of oscillator 2 with an LFO, e.g. So let's do it here. Also, you can modulate it with the filter envelope here. You can do it here. This is the control and you have to activate it here. So if I want to modulate the pitch of Oscillator 2 with the filter envelope, I'm going to activate this button here, and I'm going to set the amount on here. But now I have to apply some movements here. So let's make it come slowly down. Now maximum. So you got the famous sync sound, Jupiter sync sound. Okay, of course you also can do this with square. Okay, that was sync. Really classic function. You can do so many great sounds using this one. So we come to the next feature, and this is X modulation. So we're trying this first on with the sync, with the sawtooth wave. I'm going to activate it. Sorry, I have to deactivate this again here. With this button here, by the way, you can invert the way it modulates. Okay. Maybe before we come to the other features, let's again take the pulse waves, so you can set the pulse width here. You also can modulate this with the LFO, of course. You can do these famous, and you can make it very narrow, or almost dying out, but not fully dying out. You also, apart from the LFO, you can again modulate this with the filter envelope. For this I'm using the other side here, the pulse modulation. Activate this and then control the amount here. Sorry. As you can hear, it goes from 50% to a very low percent. You can invert it here. It's only so it goes from fat to narrow. Sorry. This blue state here, we come to this later. In this state you can invert the filter envelope, which is something that Jupiter 8 could do, and it's important to do some of the sounds. We come to this, back to this later. So let's come back to the oscillator. So let's check the other functions. We have covered these, here. Now let's check X modulation. First on with sync, with sawtooth, not sync, sorry. So let's check what this does. You still have to increase this button here. Now we've got this sorry, this typical cross X modulation or cross modulation sound, which is the same. Of course, you can do this with square waves. Quite a wild function, of course. You also can, as said, you control the depth using this one. You also can apply ring modulation instead. What's the difference? A cross modulation. Here we have to see the way once again. Yeah, I just have to activate this oscillator here. So in this case, the oscillator 2 modulates the pitch of oscillator 1. So you have this typical screaming sound. And now let's hear the difference to the ring modulation. Ring modulation, in this mode, this oscillator modulates not the pitch but the volume of the oscillator, which sounds a bit different. It sounds a bit fuller, a bit as you can hear. Also quite wild. Again, you can control the depth here. And as said, you can activate both at the same time. And it gets really wild. If you want to get rid of a neighbor you don't like, then you do this all day in full volume. Then you can be sure that the neighbor won't stay for very long anymore. Okay. Ring modulation also is convenient to give a sound just a little bit of dirt. So let's try it. We still have this one here activated. Okay, I told you rubbish. These one here, as you noticed by yourself, these aren't needed to apply this one. What these do, when you click this one, it just goes to oscillator 1 or just to 2 or inwards. You also can do it just with these. Okay, so let's demo for quickly what how ring modulation can be used, just to add a little bit of dirt, so we have nothing applied now. So we activated this one here, set to the minimum, which is not nothing, it's a little bit there. You can hear it gives a little bit of, oh sorry, we didn't have this one on 0, so again, without, with, without. It gives a little bit of dirt in the minimum position. Of course, when you increase this one, it gets dirtier and dirtier. Etc. And you can combine it with this one, etc, etc. So you can do so much dirty stuff here. It's endless. One interesting feature, we have ring modulation here. You also can control it by modulating the pitch of oscillator. But there's another function, and you can apply with this one, the envelope button, normal state, nothing happens here. When you switch it, when you click it once, here you can read mods, and this means that the ring modulation part is modulated by the loudness envelope. So let's try it. I think we have to. No. Or is it the filter one? I can't remember. Or is it cross modulation? Oh, it's not ring modulation. Yeah, it's cross modulation. So when you have cross modulation, you apply this one. It's modulated by the loudness. Of course, it depends on the depth here. Can do really wild stuff here. So okay, let's leave X modulation and ring modulation. Let's go again to X modulation, but using sine waves, which you can achieve by deactivating both of the buttons here, which results in sine waves for the oscillators. We just have oscillator 1, we can apply to both. So 2 times sine wave. Make sure the filter is fully opened. I'm going to do this back here again. Now we apply cross modulation, which in fact results in a simple FM modulation if you want a 2 operator FM. So as you can hear, in this state linear mode really is needed. I could not do a lot using the quantized. I would just have these 4 or 5 or 6 states. So the biggest palette you will reach by switching both to linear. So you can do all these bellish sounds, as you can hear. I also can deactivate Oscillator 2. Just leaving this one, you can do all your bell sounds. Of course, it again depends on the depth here. Maybe I show you some of the bell and FM sounds we have in the presets. So maybe let's go again to the Platinum bank here. Voila. We have a very good one in here, the FM Midnight Bell. Okay. As you can see, it's cross modulation using sine wave. Midnight. In fact, this is something none of the OP-X synths could do. Only the Expander and Matrix 12 synths could do this, but they had to reach the filter self-oscillation to do this. They couldn't do this within the oscillators themselves. So you are much more flexible here. You can do it already here in the oscillators, and you still can use the filters. Maybe a different preset. Let's go to the FM sound, see F modulation. FM sounds. Okay, so you can see you can produce a huge palette of different sounds already in the oscillators themselves. You can modulate also these waveforms. Let's maybe again load the test patches bank to demonstrate this. It's especially interesting. Where do we have oscillators? Pulse width modulation, filters. We go to envelopes. Where are they? Where are they? Here, envelopes. So you also can, of course, as I already mentioned, you can modulate Oscillator 2 with the filter envelope, and so you can modulate the pitch. As you can see, it's activated here. It's just to Oscillator 2 and it's inverted. But also also sync, we already had sync, pulse width, but you also can modulate, where do we find it? Frequency modulation. Arpeggiator, percussive sounds, blah 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 blah. Somehow can't find it. Filter env modulation, maybe. Bani appartamento. I just can't find it. When you activated cross modulation, you of course also can control the actual sound by modulating the oscillator tool with the filter envelope. So you could do it here. Okay. Can you hear it? So you even can make the sound, the basic sound of the oscillator changing dynamically over time. So kind of a very simple FM synthesis here. Okay, I think we now covered the oscillators. Let's check if the recording still is running. So we now go to the filters. For this I again load patch from the test patches bank. Let's go to the filters. Where do we have it here? Filters. Okay, voila. Filter is here. So we have the usual cutoff, resonance, envelope, amount, but, and as said, we can control the oscillators here, the volume. Maybe I have to go back quickly to show you this. So I'm loading an oscillator. Where do we have it? Voila. I'm taking an oscillator. So to control how much of the oscillators go into the filter, a sort of a mixer, you not only can switch on and off and half here, oscillator 1, you also can regulate this seamlessly by clicking here on the OS1 label, click it and drag the mouse vertically, and you can see a number. And now listen. So if you need it, you can switch, you can seamlessly blend in or out oscillator 1. This setting remains in the background. It again the same as here in the tuner. Again, it the button only changes its state in the middle, so from 63 to 64. And of course, when you click on the button, it will set to 0 or to 127. So it all can be done here. The same with oscillator 2. On, off, half. If you activate both, you have a bit more volume. Okay, I have to go mono here. But you also can do the same by clicking here on the full label, drag the mouse vertically upwards and downwards, and you can blend this one in and out too. Okay. Here you can detune the oscillators 1 to oscillator 2. So you can do it all here, the mixing. The same for the noise. The noise generator is in the OP-X. You only could apply this one full or half. So like this or like this. Here you can activate both for even more volume, and the same as here, you can click on the label, and this is very, very important for noise. You can add it seamlessly, just a little bit, if you need it, maybe to make a sound a little bit dirtier. You can increase it. As you can see, the button stage changes in the half of 63 to 64. Voila. This is very important, and as mentioned already in the MIDI controller section, when you learn this button to a control, you actually can learn this to a knob, not to a button, and you can really control the level with a knob, because in the background it's a seamless parameter, it's not an on-off parameter. So all noise, oscillator, you can mix all seamlessly, no problem. It's really, you can do much more than in one of the OP-X models of the past. So you can do the same as in a Minimoog, for example. Okay, this was the mixer, which I almost forgot here while discussing the oscillators. Voila. Now let's come back to the filter itself. So let's take another, again, a preset which is suited to start. Let's take this one. So as said, we have normal cutoff, resonance, and it starts to become interesting by looking at these controls. As said, as already discussed in the oscillator section, you can control with this button how much, how widely the filter can open. So let's leave this apart for now. Let's check these controls. So in normal, in reset mode, so when you click this button here to reset all of these, we already had discussed, you can reset all of this. We have a normal 12 dB at a normal low pass mode. I've applied applied some envelope amount here, filter envelope amount. So let's come to the further controls down here. You can apply 24 dB mode. Which sounds a bit brighter. It's a bit less warm. It lets through less of the waves. So it's there, and now also you can apply filter self oscillation. For this I'm going to take a different preset. I'm going to take this one. We have this 24 dB mode, so normal. Where is the sound? Hello. Maybe let's 24, and when I click another time on this button here, have a look at this little lamp here. I click another time, this lamp here will shine, and this means the self oscillation is activated. So when you increase the resonance, the filter will begin to oscillate by itself. So I can switch off the oscillators. The filter, so it's currently driven by the envelope. Okay, you can do all these famous filter effects by using the filter self oscillation. I deliver some examples from the effects bank. Maybe effects here. Filter. Okay, here self. As you can see, the lamp is activated. You not only can do it from here, you also can click here. These are linked, so you can click here until it shines. Now it's activated. As you can hear, when I deactivate, it's away. Now the filter resonate. It sounds by itself. It oscillates by itself. It doesn't need an oscillator. So you have these sounds with detuned filters. When I tune them, it's the same in all voices. So you can do very many interesting sounds. Like this here, I have an arpeggiator applied to this, going through the voices. The filters are detuned. We have self oscillation applied, and you can do such sounds. You can edit these tune. You really can fabricate little melodies just with the filter itself, etc., etc. It's really a great feature. Self oscillation only were there in the Matrix or expander version of the Oberheim synths. Of course, some other synths had it too, but not everyone. So you can do really great effects using these ones. Filters. These are all filter self oscillators. You can see no oscillator applied here. It's just the filter, the self oscillation of the filter. Okay. such stuff here. It's only the filter itself that sounds. Something like this here. All the filter itself. So no oscillator involved here. Another example is you can use the filter as a partial sound to add up to the oscillators. This is especially interesting in organ sounds, so drawbar sounds. We take one organ. As you can hear, we have 3 bars activated. This is no organ, but we have 2 oscillators switched to sine wave, so both buttons deactivated, but this would only give 2 bars. But we can add a 3rd bar by activating filter self oscillation and at the same time activate key follow. This is the key follow. Key follow, as you know, makes the filter opening, the cutoff opening, follow the key. So the higher you hit the keys, the more it's opened. So it will, when you apply self oscillation, let's quickly deactivate these 2. You can check the level. Okay. So when you apply this and you set this to maximum, the pitch of the filter self oscillation will follow the keys. So of course you have to tune the cutoff. So you can combine this with oscillators as a partial. As you can hear, we have a partial here. I could change this. Do all these. So you can do all these great organ sounds by combining the oscillators with the filter self oscillation as a 3rd bar, a 3rd partial in the sound. Very, very interesting function of this feature. So let's return. Going to load again the test patches back. Let's return to the filter presets. So we had 12 dB, 24 dB self-resonation. So now we have, in fact, we have a multi-mode filter here. And it's a multi-mode filter that follows the concept of the early SEM synths from Oberheim. So the synth expander modules. And these had a continuously blendable filter. So it's, in fact, it's a two-part filter. You have a low pass filter, and these modules on the other side had a high pass filter, and you could blend between these 2 filters. So we are going to do this here. This one here is set to high pass. Left side is low pass. So as you can hear, low pass with a bit of resonance. So we are switching over towards the high pass part. And as you can hear, it has become high pass now. But more interestingly, when you because this is seamless, you can have all states between, and in the middle, in the center position, it actually results in notch filtering, as you can hear. And it's great. Notch filtering normally doesn't have resonance, but in this mode, in this way of implementation, you even can add resonance. So let's go fully to high pass. So it's seamless blending between this part of the filter, the low pass, and the high pass part of the filter. But we don't stop here. This was the original way. So the original SCM modules or SEM modules, you could do this, and you could activate a band pass mode with a switch in a fixed position. So how do we do this here? In the difference to the original SEM modules, our second part of the synth, so the separate filter, in fact it's a separate filter. This one is low pass filter on this side, and here we have a multi-mode filter by itself. And here you not only can have high pass, you actually can blend between modes seamlessly. So you can go from high pass to band pass in this state. 12 o'clock it's fully band pass, over to notch, and you can mix this with the low pass part. So let's check how this sounds. This is high pass. Let's go towards band pass. So here we have band pass. Let's go further towards notch. So here we have notch. Back to high pass. To band pass. To notch. So there are really no stages. You can set everything seamlessly, even this part of the filter. And not enough with this, you can do the filter mix not only manually, you can do it, you can automate it both with the LFO or even with a filter envelope. So doing this here, you can automate this. So let's check it out. I'm going to apply LFO. So the LFO modulates the mix trimpot, so the mix between low pass and high pass. So it goes between high pass and low pass. Of course, it depends on the state of this knob here. And of this one, of course. It's just the mix that is modulated here. So you also can modulate, you can between low pass and notch. And also, let's go back to high pass, low pass between high pass. You also can modulate this with the filter envelope. So I only can use this for one thing. So it goes from high pass to low pass. Fastly, slowly. You can set the amount here. So it's like a filter morphing, like as you know from some of the MU synths, the late MU synths. And of course you can, at the same time you can apply LFO. So you really can do crazy, absolutely crazy things with the filter. We have some presets here, a mixed notch filter. I said you can apply resonance in this setting here. In this notch there are two notches. This notch here is the normal notch, and this notch here is the one that results in mixing low pass with high pass, and you can apply resonance. So the automated modes, envelope modulation, high pass to low pass. As you can see, all modulated. I don't have to manipulate any trimpot or knob. Envelope modulation, notch to low pass. So we go from notch filtering to low pass, because here we have set this part to notch. So this, in fact, we think it's much more interesting than the many fixed filter modes of the Matrix 12. You only had fixed filter modes, no seamless adjusting, no modulation of the mix. And here you really can do so many different flavors, so many mixes of notch and high pass and low pass and resonance, which no Matrix 12 could do at all. High pass to low pass with LFO, a notch with LFO. Okay, these were the modes. So finally, we already have covered it a little bit, the key feature. So the key following of the cutoff. We have some presets here showing this off. So when it's switched off, the filter is always opened the same amount, no matter which key you press on the keyboard. But there are some situations when you want that that the filter opens a bit more in the higher range of the keyboard and closes a bit more in the lower range. So you activate the filter, the keyboard amount, the keyboard, the key following, and here you can set how much it applies. So in 0 state it's 0, it's the same. So let's do it 50%. So it opens a bit more in the top range, while in the lower range it's closed, and in 100% range it exactly follows the keys. So also if you would activate filter self oscillation, you would have a pitch that follows we have some noise activated, I think. That follows the keys. But also it's also convenient for normal sound. So these presets here show this off. As you can hear, it's closed, a bit more opened. So sometimes, because it opens a bit more, you get problems closing the filter fully down, which sometimes can't be achieved fully, and for this you can switch this one to damped. So it damps down the filter, it applies a negative voltage to the filter cutoff, so that you can close fully even when key follow is activated. As you can hear, can be very important for LFO sounds. You can hear like this, it's still opened. When I damp it, it's fully closed now. Again, if you have some crazy filter settings, like multi-mode settings using high pass and band pass and notch, etc. And you simply again want to have normal low pass mode without all the stuff, you simply can click here on this reset button, tuck, and all the controls revert back to the normal low pass mode. I said this also can be done in the synth interface by clicking here on this OST2 label. Does the same. It's hidden, it's the same, but here it's more clearly laid out. Okay. I think we covered the filter. What's left? I think the envelopes. Is it still running here? Yes, it's running. The envelopes, so we have some presets here too. Yeah, let's take the second one to start off. So let's come to the envelopes. We have a filter envelope, normal AD, SR, which means attack, decay, sustain, release. Loudness envelope, and we really copied these envelopes very closely to an actual OP-X, so the same speeds, so also the same speed in opening and closing. So these were very fast envelopes, unlike the Matrix 12 or Expander synths, which had very slow software generated envelopes. These were fully analog, so they were very fast, which you can hear in this preset. The times are that short that you hear such a knocking when they are closed. It can better be heard when you apply some reverb. So without, you just have this noise. So like this. This is very important. It's exactly the same in the real synth. So if you have one, you can check this. These behave exactly the same speed, etc. Same reaction time. So let's go to the envelopes. Somewhere they must be. Somewhere. Where are they? Here, envelopes. Speed test. That's what we had here. So let's go to the next preset. So we have this button, which we already had a look at to show off the modulation of the cross modulation by the amp envelope. And the next state, so the blue one, you can read here LNR, which means linear. This switches the amplifier envelope to linear behavior in the attack segment. So this means when you don't have applied this, you can hear it's not linear, it comes up slowly, then gets faster. And when you want to have a very smooth linear attack phase mainly for pad sounds or strings, you can activate this one here to linear. And now listen, it's very smooth now. So very important feature for smooth pads or string sounds. Okay, let's go to the next feature, negative filter envelope. Now this feature, clearly this has been inspired by the Jupiter 8, which had this function, unlike the OP-X synths. Unlike, I think also the Prophet 5 didn't have this. So you could invert the filter envelope as modulation source. So as you know, you can use the filter envelope to modulate all kinds of sources, like the pitch or the pulse width. And using this button here, you can invert, in blue state, you can invert this envelope as a modulator. So not inverted, you can hear it modulates, the filter envelope here modulates the pulse width, because this button here is applied without. And of course it also modulates the filter cutoff, because I have applied some envelope amount here. So when we invert it, you can hear it does the opposite. It first on, it doesn't open, it goes in the negative range, so it inverts the direction, so it goes down, comes up, etc. And these really were the typical Jupiter 8 sounds. Very important to do Jupiter 8 sounds, the inversion function of the filter envelope. Okay, now you also can, as said, you can use the filter envelope to modulate all kinds of destinations, like the oscillator pitch. So you can see I have activated this one here. So I've set this, can lower it, can make it faster. So you can do these typical sounds. Okay, let's go further. Oscillator 2. You can make it slow. You can do just one oscillator, then you apply, then you activate this button, and you can invert the direction using this one. Just oscillator 2. When I deactivate the first, you can hear only 2. Only this one here goes up. The other one doesn't do. Without this activated, both would do it. And if I would deactivate this one, it would be not this way, it would be the other way. So invert. And only to 2. So you can do all kinds of stuff. Both. To both. Interestingly, also, because you can activate sync, and sync is dependent on the state of this knob, you can actually influence the sync spectrum by the filter envelope. Again, by modulating the oscillator pitch, and here choose only oscillator 2. Make it slow, faster. And also you can do this to pulse width. We have activated this button here, this knob here. Of course it depends on the state of this knob here, the speed here. Make it rise first on. Okay, these were the envelopes. Not so much to tell about here. So what's left? We covered these, sync, we covered these. So what remains, in fact, is the lever controls, the octave control. So let's check one of these. Bending here. So bending, we have, okay, we have a lead sound here. So let's see what we can set here. We have here the bending control button. There's a button and there's a number display. So when you hit the button, you have two states, blue and not lit. And in the not lit state you have a 2, and here you have a 12, and this means you have two semitones when you use the, maybe I activate my camera again to show you this here. I'm sorry for the dirty keyboards. It's a bit dirty already, but it works, still works. So I activated my camera so you can see it. When I have two semitones here, when I do the pitch, it's two semitones, then another click, 12 semitones. Okay, but these are not the only two modes. This would be a bit basic. When you click here into the number display and drag the mouse upwards and downwards vertically, you can see a lot of modes here changing. So in fact these are again 32 different modes. So what do these modes cover all? First on, you can have other intervals. You can e.g. have just one semitone, or you can have 7, which is the interval that was used in the famous Duran Duran song. Of course, you can have all other 10, you can octave, and octave we have on the top, and here we have octaves, and you can see 2 points here on the left, which means in this case when we have a 12 here, it's 2 octaves, not only one. So it's a wide mode, wide, and you even have 3 octaves. You go one more. Is it 1, 2, 3? So very wide, and you even have 4 octaves. In fact, this feature, this wide bending feature, was inspired by the Jupiter 4 from Roland. So let's go on. We have further modes. We have mixed. We have asymmetric modes, like 2 octaves down. Here the 2 points mean octaves, and 1 semitone up. Oh no, this is not the case. It's 2 semitones down, 1 up. We have other modes like the opposite. So one semitone up, two down. Then we have, when it's 1 point, it means an octave. So 1 octave down, 1 semitone up. Then the same with 2 semitones, etc, etc. You have all kinds of combinations. 1 octave up, a semitone down, 2, etc. Then you have the modes that have 4 dots on the left. This means on the right side you have the interval, which is symmetric in this in these presets, and the points indicate that the modulation wheel, which normally, maybe we quickly go back to normal state, normally the modulation wheel controls the vibrato. The speed of the vibrato normally can be set here. So I want it fast, or I want it slow. But it's also dependent on this, on the state of this this button here, which we already discussed when discussing the pan modulation. When you switch this one, the pan modulation takes this oscillator as source, while the modulation wheel takes this one. So you have to know this. You can have 2 sources, and in this case you also can use different waveforms, which offers this oscillator. This one has only sinus, and this one also has all the other ones, as we know, etc. So let's revert to the original state, so that this oscillator here is our source. Okay, we were here in these modes here. So we have the modes with 4 dots here on the left, and these mean that the modulation wheel doesn't anymore apply vibrato to the sound. It actually drives the filter cutoff. So let's close the cutoff a bit more and it gets more obvious. While the pitch does the thing that is here, the 2 semitones. 2 semitones, then you have other combinations, 7 again, or what do we have, 1 octave, or what do we have here? This is a mixed. This is a one where you have filter here, and where you have 1, 2 semitones up and 1 octave down, etc. This mode here is quite an interesting one because it mixes the stuff. So let's try it. You have filter here on the modulation wheel, and here upwards we have pitch, and downwards you have vibrato. So you have all three together. You can do vibrato by lowering the wheel up, you have pitch, and here you have filter. And here we have another special mode, this one. Let's check what this one does. So here on the modulation wheel we have 2 semitones up, and here upwards we have 1 semitone, and downwards 1 octave. So we have 3 intervals at our fingertips. We have 1 semitone, we have 2 semitones, we have 1 octave. So this is a preset that actually was inspired or needed for a preset we have in the Famous Bank. It's quite a popular preset. It's the lead sound for the Queen song for Break Free, the Break Free solo. Oh, what was it going? Wait for a minute. I have to check it on our site. Where do we have it? I'm quickly going to the... I don't know the key. Here. It's 1 lower, huh? Okay. It's 1 lower. So it's made for this preset. So you can see we have this mode here. So we can do this, the 1 semitone using this direction with the pitch wheel. And downwards 1 octave. Now it comes the point, now we have this one, and here we don't need a semitone, we need 2 semitones. So for this I can use this wheel here. It's just for this single note. I would have to practice this solo again. One octave down, very important for this song. So, very special preset here. I call it the Queen preset or the Break Free preset. So on the last one, then what's this? It's the opposite. You have 1 octave up, a semitone down here, and here 2 semitones. Okay, and this is again the end state. It's this one here. So you have a lot of presets here. Of course, you can remember what they do through the dot class, but you may forget it, and you can look it up in the manual. Let's go again to the picture index. Very easy to find. You click on this one here. So here you have a table, and in the table you can see all the modes, all the dot clusters, what they do, etc. But I think you can remind what they do, the modes, and you also will notice how the wheels act, of course. Yeah. What remains, of course, we have an octave switcher here. But note that when switching these, this also influences the filter opening, so it will affect the setting of the key following feature. So this is it acts the same as in an original OP-X synth. It's the same there. I don't know why. Was it a mistake? Was it just our device? But if you want to neutrally change the octaves, then do this in your master keyboard, not using these knobs here. And finally, we have this button here, which means oscillator 2 only. This means that when you do the pitch, it only does this to oscillator 2, not to both, which can be interesting as we have it here in sync sound. So I deactivate this so that you can hear it. It's just modulating the pitch, only oscillator 2. Maybe let's do this a bit louder. And of course, when you use sync, you can control your sync with this. We have many sounds in the library using this feature, like I'm going to load the default bank, like the sync sound here. Oh no, this doesn't have it, but we go to a PRO-II sound. Where do we have it? PRO-II. Minimal, somewhere it has to be. B deep brass. Sync solo here. PRO-II sync, unisync. Here you can hear it clearly. So it's really it's a great feature of analog synths. You have to offer this feature, so it's there, of course, to do all this crazy sync stuff, controlling stuff. So okay, so I just found out that we nevertheless forgot 2 or 3 little things we didn't cover yet, and to these belong these Aftertouch controls. So you can use the channels Aftertouch, which is monophonic, so not for every key, but for all keys in common. When your MIDI keyboard supports this, you can use Aftertouch, so the pressure of the keys, to control vibrato. So the same as you would do with the modulation wheel, but when both hands are busy playing, you can do this without reaching the wheel, just by increase the pressure of the keys. When you play it, you can control the vibrato, and also independently with a separate amount you also can control the filter Aftertouch, so to drive the brightness, to control the brightness of a sound. So let's quickly check this with a suitable sound. I think we are going to take this Amazono Pad 2. So to show you how this works, I'm again quickly going to activate my camera. Okay, so here we are. That's the sound. And now have a good look when as soon as I press the key further down, so into the Aftertouch range, you will hear the vibrato coming in. Okay, I will do it with this key here too. Normal, and now I press further down. So like this you can apply a lot of expression to the sound, the same as you could do in the old CS80 from Yamaha, which got famous, but this one had a polyphonic Aftertouch, while here we just have monophonic, but that's better than nothing, of course. Again, sorry for the clicks, that comes from the optical cable somehow. Now we're trying to apply this to filter, so I'm going to maybe only to filter, so we're going to set this back, and then this one here, we increase this one here, so that you can hear it clearly. We are still going to reduce the envelope, make it a bit darker. Okay, and now when I press down, it of course depends on the amount here, and of course also on how your keyboard is set regarding Aftertouch. In most cases you can control this in your keyboard, so the range that goes out. So let's try it here. It also depends a little bit on the resolution of Aftertouch. I think in this keyboard it's not so good. It's as you can hear, there are steps a little bit, so it really depends on your keyboard if it can send 128 stages or just a few little, as probably in this keyboard. Of course I could increase the resonance a bit, so maybe a little bit less here. And of course you can have both. I also can apply the vibrato at the same time. Okay, that's the aftertouch feature. I said it depends on the keyboard. It's not the best probably regarding resolution I'm using here. So the next feature, I think we forgot. We used the button again for other stuff, for hold in arpeggios using double note or chords. But when these modes aren't activated, this button here is dedicated to velocity. So you can use your MIDI keyboard velocity, so the speed of pulling down the keys to control, and in this case to control the filter. Now this one, the filter envelope. So first on, let's say most of the original analog synths we cloned this baby after, so the OP-X for sure, Jupiter 8, Prophet 5, all of these, they didn't have velocity control at all. You just could press down the key and it triggered and nothing else. Then in later models like the Matrix 12, this one had velocity, and in OP-X PRO-II we've mapped this to the filter envelope because you can do a lot of stuff with this, since the filter envelope itself again can be used as modulation source to control other parameters. You remember we're doing this with these two controls, or sending to the pitch or to the pulse width, and then here we still can define if it's only oscillated 2, if it's inverted, if it's just pulse wave 1, if it's inverted, etc. So you even could control parameters like the pitch of the oscillator or the pulse width using velocity. So first on, let's check the normal velocity with a preset from the library to show you how it works. I'm going to load again the bit 99 bank. Remember, the bit 99 was a DCO synth from the Italian company Krumar. I think it was released in the mid 80s, I think 84 or 85, and this one offered velocity control. So let's load this, and we have let's take this one, the first one, the percussive sound. So have a look at my camera. So it depends on how hard I press the key. It controls the opening of the filter. Now, of course, this again depends on your actual MIDI keyboard, so how the range is set here, but we also allow in the synth to control this on the synth using these two buttons here. You remember we already used these for other controls or other parameters that are mapped to these two. So that's multi controls knobs. So we controlled with these two the arpeggiator mode and speed when you're using double or chord arpeggios, since these two are mapped to other stuff already. And we also used these two to control the LFO delay, so starting delay time and the envelope time for the LFO delay. And also now you can see this here, velo, this comes from velocity. You also can control the velocity, so to adapt your keyboard to the sound, so you can define the lower border, so where it starts at the bottom. So you can try this. As you can see, when I hit the key down very slowly, that's the lowest I can achieve. When I would increase this, so this becomes higher, can't go any lower. So, and at the same time I can do this for the highest level I achieve. So when let's go back here again, when I go with this to here, you can see I can press as hard as I want. I don't come any higher than this control is set. So to go higher, okay, I'm going to max. You can see that's the biggest range. So you can set the range with these two. And of course the whole, since it's mapped to the filter envelope, the whole too is dependent on the envelope and amount knob. So in fact it controls, this one is mapped to this whole system here. So when I reduce this to 0, you have no effect anymore. Also you have set it here, so when I go back here, it doesn't do anything anymore, since the filter envelope doesn't have any impact anymore on the filter itself. So you should have set this here to whatever you like. Of course you have to adjust the filter envelope alike, and then this one here, and then you can play very dynamically. I think you have several of these presets here. Check it out. Now let's quickly check how you can control other parameters using velocity by mapping the filter envelope to other parameters, so as modulation source. So for this again, we're going to load our test patches bank, which we used a lot in this tutorial. So let's go to the velocity section here. So here we have velocity to filter envelope. We already had this. That's I think it's the exact same preset we used here. So that's a normal standard way of using. Now when we set the envelope to make modulate the pitch, so you can see this here, I've increased this a bit so that it goes to the pitch of the oscillators. So let's listen. When I hit the key harder, it should make the pitch higher. So I can control the pitch using velocity. Of course you could use this for, it's a bit experimental of course. That's maybe not that musical, but it becomes musical when you e.g. use the pitch only of Oscillator 2. You can see I've activated here that it only goes to Oscillator 2, and when I e.g. activate cross modulation, you can control the sound of the cross modulation. So the okay, using velocity. And of course, you also could use this for sync sounds theoretically. Let's try this. I'm going to make okay, I've synced it, you can hear it, and now in this case our velocity controls only Oscillator 2, so it does this as modulation, and so I can control the spectrum of the sync sound. So that's quite interesting, we think. Okay, you can't map it to the loudness, which also already was criticized. Maybe that's a feature we will implement in a future major update or also in a new product. So that's on our list, but we think you can do a lot using the filter envelope control. Okay, so we've covered these two. So I think what remains is we already mentioned this sync to song tempo feature. As you remember, we already had a look at how the delay syncs itself automatically to the arpeggiator if this one is running. So it of course becomes especially interesting when you map the arpeggiator itself to the song, so to the tempo in your song in the sequencer, which happens when you hit this one. You can do the same for the LFO, so you can map the main, of course only the main, not the lever LFO that remains unmapped, but you can sync the main LFO to the song tempo, so both. And here this control here means a triple or triolic, so when you activate this one, the speed gets tripled, so three times the speed, so you can do a triolic sync, which sometimes can be useful in sequencer work. So I think to check out this sync, the song tempo feature, we are going to use our test session we offer on our demo version page. This song includes a synced arpeggio. I'm not anymore sure if it too includes a synced LFO, so let's quickly download this. It's a song for Logic. It also was the song we used as trailer for the Mac and the 64-bit version, maybe you remember. So let's quickly going to quit Logic, since we need a new song, new session. And okay, we're having Logic here. This one we don't need. So we had the empty session before. So our downloads here. So we are going to our website, to the product site we already have open. So we go to the demo version site, scroll down here. It has to be somewhere below here, the demo version session. Okay, here we have it, the Mac release trailer session, Mac and 64-bit version release trailer session. Maybe you remember. I'm quickly going to load the video to check how it sounds. Okay. So that's a session that uses 8 instances of the synth for all sounds, so including drums and stuff, nothing else involved. So we provide this demo session for several different sequencers, 64 sequencers for Mac and Windows. So our Logic version should be included here. So let's download it quickly. Okay, see, was really quick. So demo sessions here, Mac, and here, okay, here we have our Logic session. I'm quickly going to copy it and insert here in our Logic folder. Okay, so this should be ready to play. So we are going to load it, quickly listen how it sounds. Okay, don't use, which stuff is this here? The info. Okay, we don't need this stuff here. So that's our session here. Maybe let's make a big, yes, you can see it's 8 instances of the synth for all sounds, sync solo, the bass drum comes from the drums bank, the arpeggio, that's now one of the synced sounds, electro snare, again from the drums bank, the fretless bass, which I said is a very usable bass for all kinds of sounds, the strings, staccato tones, maybe this one has a synced LFO. We're going to check, and then the sawtooth lead. So let's quickly play this session. Okay, you know it. There's some crackling because of the damn digital cable. It doesn't keep synced somehow. So that's not the session. You won't have this in your computer unless the CPU is only very weak. So let's open one of the instances here. So we're going to open the instance that uses the synced arpeggio. So it's this one here. I don't need this help thing here. So it's the 5th arpeggio. I can quickly play this manually. Okay. Okay, now you can see here the arpeggio sync button is activated. So our arpeggio is synced to the song tempo. So I quickly only could maybe just let's quickly play the song with the instance open here, that you can hear it. It's not running here. I still have to go. Oh, now it starts. Now it starts. Okay, you can see here. It's perfectly synced, so let's just solo. Okay. Okay, let's solo this track here. No, not the bass drum. I'm on the wrong track. Sorry. We must do this with the arpeggio. So let's solo it. So we just should have. And okay, now let's activate the metronome so that we can hear the tempo. Okay, you can hear it's perfectly synced to the song. It's triggered by the incoming song tempo info. So when this one here is checked, is activated, you have the arpeggio running. It's a double arpeggio. You can see it's always 2 notes. So in the double arpeggio, my speed knob is this one. So the speed knob, of course, can't be set to any speed, since only certain speeds to match the song. So this one here will react in big steps. So quantized when tempo sync to some tempo is activated. So let's check this out. I'm going to change the speed. Okay, you can see it only can be maybe with, of course, when the song is running, of course. Okay, that's maybe too slow. So you have to adjust this one, of course, then, so that it fits, that you have the right division in your song. So the same, of course, you could do with a LFO preset. I think in this song we don't have an LFO preset. Staccato tones, is this LFO? I'm not sure anymore. Oh, okay, we have an LFO here. Okay, let's take this one. So I'm going to de-solo it. We're going to this one here. Staccato tones. So I'm going to play it manually first. Okay, you can see it. This one uses the LFO, the main LFO. It's set to square wave here, okay, and it's synced. So have we soloed it? So we solo it that you only can hear this one. So let's listen when we play the song. Okay, it's synced. So the same here, when I change the rate, it of course will react quantized, so it will always be a division. The speed will always be a division or multiplier of the song tempo. Okay, now it's slower. Or much faster. Okay, it's limited, of course. I can't make it any faster anymore here. very slow. And you have to know that when you sync the arpeggio, no, not the arpeggio, the LFO, you again can use this little control here to set the phase, so the place of the starting point in the phase of the wave of the LFO, which can be crucial for the song, how it sounds. Also, you can invert it here, so let's quickly check this all out. In fact, I should make the metronome louder, but I don't know how to do this right now. So, okay, now I'm going to change this. Okay, now you hear? It changes the starting phase. I think this can become extremely important when using sine waves. I'm using maybe a little bit more. Okay, now like this, it would start exactly at 0, the phase. But when I go here, we have to go back here. The song is over. In fact, it should. Or let's take the. Let's take the sawtooth. Okay, you can set the starting phase here. Of course, you also can control it using these here. You can invert the phase using these here of our filter. This one. Okay, now it becomes inverted. So in the case of the sawtooth, it becomes a falling. Or for the triangle, it inverts. Okay. Now it's again. Okay, I'm not so sure anymore if you can control it here with this one, but for sure you can set the phase here accordingly to how you want to be it with the LFO in the song. So you can invert it, that it starts at a 90-degree phase or at a 0 phase. So you have all control you need. Maybe read the dedicated chapter in the manual. It's all described here. I can't remember all the stuff myself sometimes. So that's really one of the great things. You really can sync everything. I also could sync when I have a effect, a delay. Maybe let's activate again the sawtooth and invert it. Okay, I could do a delay here, and when I activate here sync, this one would be synced too. I have to activate the song. Okay, you hear? It's perfectly synced. You can sync it at triolic. So you can sing everything. I could at the same time activate the arpeggio. Don't know if this works with this sound. Maybe. It's over again. Go into the song again. Now we have at the same time arpeggio. We're going into the normal mode. Okay, you can sync everything with everything. So, or maybe the triolic mode. Let's quickly check out this one, what this one does. I'm going to deactivate the delay. So I'm clicking this one. Okay, you can listen, it becomes triolic, which would be very hard to achieve without such a function here. So you also can do it triolic, and it's the same for both. It applies to both the LFO and the arpeggio. Okay, with the delay, of course, it doesn't work anymore. Then I would have to switch this to normal sync. So it's all synced to your song. It also should follow the tempo changes, of course not that accurately, maybe, but there's a lot of stuff available to have a great sync to your sound, to your song, as it's the case in this demo song. Okay, so now I really think we are through. I hope so, that I didn't forget anything. We had these. Damp, we had this one, trigger, filter. Yeah, I think now we really covered it, so we can go on to our last section of the tutorial, which is about the library. Okay, let's go on. Okay, so we are back now here. I think we covered all of the features of the synth. I hope I didn't forget anything. Maybe this one you can deactivate. Maybe let's return to the default bank to show this. You can see the voice LEDs here, and either if you are disturbed by these blinking LEDs, or sometimes in some systems you can have issues with graphics, when there are problems, when too much graphics activity is going on. So in this case you could deactivate these LEDs. So click this one. It's nothing you can save, but it remains in this state when you're in a session. So these would not lit up anymore, so you also don't know which voice is activated, but it can help in certain situations, so you can reactivate it. It's there again. Okay. So I think this is the last button we didn't cover so far. So let's go to the built-in library, which, as you saw, is really huge. It's more than 2,500 sounds in more than 66 banks. So it was 66, and then we released even more banks recently. So it's about maybe 70 banks or more, 72 banks around there. So endlessly many sounds, as you can see here, as discussed in the opening of the video. These one here are the original banks, the oldest. These are the oldest banks. while in the downloaded folder you have the banks that came afterwards, that were released afterwards as free addition, which the biggest part of these are built in already in the installers of the Mac and the 64-bit version for Windows. And you still have to download these when you still use the old 32-bit version of the synth, which also needs different formats. The OP-X bank format is the new format. So extra banks, as said, these are banks used for sessions, testing sessions, etc. It has also some other banks, and we have created this for our own banks in the first part of the video. So what do all these banks? Are they all pure fantasy? No. Most of these banks have a history. You can learn all about it, all about the banks on our website. Let's open it. Here we are on the product site for OP-X PRO-II, and here you have this section here, built-in banks, sound reloads we already discussed. So if you want to learn what all the banks do, then you click on this to open the banks guides. Voila. Banks guides. Here we are. As you can see, we have a representation of what you see when you click here on the bank load button. It's what you see here. You have here the root banks. Here in this area, these are the root banks, and then we have the two folders, the subfolder extra banks and the downloaded banks. Okay, we have an intro here, and we have quick links for dedicated themes for banks. And here is also the place where you could download these two folders for the old 32-bit version of the synth. So you could download, no, it's not here, there's a sound reload site. It's this link here. You could download these, which are missing in the old 32-bit installer. You could download all of these here as one package to place. Normally you had to download them one by one on this on the sound reload site here. You could download all of these one by one. Here was the switch, here came the Mac version and the 64-bit version, and so we included all the banks here above in the installers of the new versions. These here aren't included in any of the versions, so you have to download these for all versions. These are new banks. You can see here the date 2019, 2021, etc. So let's go back here to the banks. No, not here. To the banks info site. You also can see the URL, banks info. So on this site, it's very, very long. You have all banks, all included banks listed together with sound examples, with video links. So you can click these. You have the sounds. Okay. Also, you can freely scroll through this list. So the lowest is the test patches banks, which we used for ultra-wide bending here, which we featured. but you also can click a dedicated bank. You want to know what's in this bank. Let's take what's the SH2000 bank. So you click on this one and you're taken automatically to the dedicated section. You can read here what this bank does. You can listen to some sound examples. So the innocent SH2000 sounds, etc. You can go back either using your browser back button, or you can click here. You're back on top. You can see which bank was clicked last time. So you have all these banks, the newer banks here. So you can learn what these banks do. For example, we have the Jupiter Complete bank, or Jupiter 8 factories. So let's go to this section. These were released quite some years ago already, when the Mac and 64-bit versions didn't even exist yet. So these were, for example, these were clones after the sounds of a real Jupiter 8. You can see here the Synthmania link, that's the source. We could license the original recordings from them to compare. So you can compare. This one here is the original Jupiter 8. It's one of the factory presets here. Let's listen. Now let's listen to OP-X PRO-II. That's the preset in OP-X PRO-II. Okay. You click another time to stop, so you can compare. You can hear it. They sound very close. So you can do original Jupiter 8 sounds using OP-X PRO-II. For example, you of course have further sounds. Here we have the same for we go up. We have the same for OBX. We cloned these sounds from a real existing OBX, so you can compare how close they come. This one here is the real OBX. This one here is OP-X PRO-II. Did you hear a difference? Maybe a little bit of noise, a little bit on sweep. OBX, sweep of OP-X PRO-II. Okay, maybe the brass OP-X. Now OP-X PRO-II. Quite close. Sync solo. That was the original OBX. Here we can see we have OP-X PRO-II. So not much of a difference. You have these, or you have banks that emulate existing famous tracks, famous sounds, like the songs from D-Train or OJs, which is a dedicated bank, the PRO-II D-Train OJs. Here we have audio clips, and also we have linked videos which demonstrate the sound, so you can click on the video and you are taken to the video showing this. Okay, let's check how these sound. So you, oh, did I close the correct site? Okay. So you find all the sounds you heard, you demoed here. You can see here DJ and OJs in downloaded, so you can go here, hit bank loads, go to downloaded, loads the D-Train OJs bank here. So we have the sounds here. We have all the original sounds here in the bank, etc. Let's return here. What do you have? The Axel F bank from Harald Faltermeyer. Everyone knows this track from the Beverly Hills Cop. No kid in the world doesn't know this track. Okay, maybe a little bit further. So you can replicate all of this. You have the bank for it, so Faltermeyer bank. So you go to download it, you go in here, and you have all the sounds used in the demos. So you have the noise, you have the bass, etc. You have the lead, etc. What do we have else? Lot of stuff. Much too much to. We have, for example, we have the master tone bank, which is a really great bank. You have sound examples here. So you can load this bank too, of course, master tone bank. You go in here, download it, master tone. So you have your sounds here. Digital machine. Great bank, it's one of our favorites. Or you have the Matrix 6 bank, which was inspired by this video from Katsunori Ushie. Don't know how to spell it exactly. It's the famous Japanese guy doing synth demos. You know it, you know this. So we found this video great, so we tried to copy the sound, so we did our own video with the cover song. Voila! Etc. You can listen to this by yourself. So let's load the bank here, 2 in the downloaded folder. So Jupiter Matrix, not Jupiter, Matrix 6 here. So here you have the sounds. Don't know how to play it exactly. You might do it better. So you have all the sounds here too. We have a Matrix 12 bank which includes original sounds. from the Matrix, which too was inspired by a video from the same guy. You may load it here by clicking here. Oh no, that's the demonstration bank for the video. You may find the original source, so you have all these famous sounds. Great Matrix 12 sounds, so load it here. Matrix Revelation is this bank called, so you have all these sounds here. The barbers. Before. Okay, we also have crazy, very crazy sounds in here. Etc. You have quite a few demos of this one here. Further OP-X Factories from Adam Borsetti. You have a great, absolutely great bank from here. The Borsetti, from the Borsetti collections, he spent his whole personal collection, including several new Rush sounds. There's a Rush bank from him, and we did a special bank inspired, collecting his sounds. It's the Borsetti Selection bank, which is really one of our favorites. You have a video here demonstrating the sounds, so listen to these ones. So you can find these sounds in the dedicated bank. So the Borsetti Selection, go to bank loads, download it. You have all the Borsetti banks here, Rush, Japan, his whole collection. It's all described on the sides of the selection bank. So here like this absolutely great Pripyat sound, which is one of my absolute favorites. You really could use it for a cinematic track. Endless number of sounds, even in this bank. So what do we have here? We have the comparison bank, which you already covered. Faltermeyer, Jupiter. Did we miss anything here? Jupiter. We had the master tone. What do we have here? The Platinum bank is another very great bank. We have some examples here. Come on. like this one we had already. Like so this in fact is a sound that uses no effects at all. If you believe it or not, we can check it. So we can look here. The bank is the Platinum bank, so it's preset 30 OBX PWM D sweep 30. Yeah? It was 30. So let's load this. Let's check if it really sounds the same. So let's load the Platinum bank. Voila. Okay, preset 30. So as you can see, no effects here, no effects switched on. It's all the synth itself, the oscillators, the filter. Go back here and check some other ones. What do we have here? Up sweeps. So let's check 78. Let's go to 78. Now here we have the rich source bank, which has a wild collection of new famous sounds like yeah, all this sparkly James Harvest stuff, like Berlin. So you can see here the second sound was 44, so let's load the bank, download it, rich source. Voila. Here we have it. Etc. You have so many sounds in this bank. Van Halen beat. Etc. Check it, check this bank. It's a very good bank. Sound from Rob Mitchell, great sounds. Maybe check caution to the ears. When I click here, maybe it hurts in your ears. It's a scream. So caution, it's a screen, it could damage your ears, so listen. So it's made with the features of the synth. It's no sample, it's we can go and check how he did it. Preset 30 of Pro-II Rob Mitchell and download it. So let's check it, download it. Here are all the Rob Mitchell banks. Rob Mitchell, so Was it 30? Crazed, eh? Okay, let's check it. I have to hold down the keys, it comes in. Oh, oh, it's brutal. You can check how he did. He used X modulation and sync and all stuff. Don't know how he did it. It's a fantastic sound. It's absolutely crazy sound. You don't really know it in the first part. So Rob Mitchell, you may check all this stuff by yourself. So these were the new banks. Yeah, here I have the demo version song, as you may know. This one was the launch video.
You can't expect your team to manage work with this. With Monday.com's flexible management system, however...
Skip this one, okay. You know the song. This one. So you have all these sounds in these banks ready in your library. Where are we here? So it's called Live 8 Instances Song in Extra Banks. So it's the other folder here. It's Extra Banks. So load this one. Live 8 Instances Song here. So. All the sounds here used in the song, also the arpeggio, like the solo. Okay, let's go on. Platinum Bank song. This is a song which was done shortly after the release of the Platinum Bank to demonstrate some of the sounds. You may listen to the song in the video, so click here to listen to it. So let's check this bank. It's the Platinum Bank song bank in the Extra Banks folder again. So let's go in here. Oh no, not download it. So Extra Banks, Platinum Bank song here. So here you have it all here. You have all the drum sounds. It's all done with the synth, so all the drum sounds come from the synth. So, and if you really want to have a very cutting synth lead sound, you may check this one in this bank here, the solo. It's really cutting. It really cuts through walls, this sound. Okay, let's go on. Extra banks, we have some pop sounds, we have We even have a bank for emulating some SH01 sounds. We have a clip here. So very different sounding again. So extra banks. Here you have the sound. Typical emulating sub bass here, again with preset chords, since the synth itself has no sub bass, but you can emulate it using the preset chord. So this is the feature the Roland, the famous Roland synth had. Etc. Let's go on here. Now we come in the root area, the old banks, arpeggios. There are so many different arpeggios here into the bank. Etc. endlessly. It will take probably a whole afternoon to play these, so let's go on here. Arpeggios, basses, like the fretless, is very usable sound for all kinds of songs. It's simply the not brass bass here, so this bass sound really almost works in every song. Since it's really low, it has low frequencies. It fits. Try it by yourself. So bass, the bit 99 we already had. These typical bit sounds, DCO sounds. LFO brass. Etc. Anyone who already owned one of these will notice they sound quite similar, these sounds. Okay. Brasses, of course, these are not the only brasses in the brass bank. It's just some. It's the old ones you have here. Etc. Also check all the other brass sounds which are mentioned here, or in the master tone bank, in the platinum bank, etc. C key bundle. What's this? What's this bank for? Well, it's the exact sounds you can find in our former V-Machine bundle. This was a bundle, a special plugin bundle we released for the V machine from the company Pro Audio from Australia. So maybe you know the video. It became quite popular. This one. So you have all these sounds. So you find all of these original sounds as a bank in here, not downloaded in the root area. C key bundle, which means classic keys bundle. This was a bundle which included our basic version, a special version of the basic OP-X synth, together with some other brands like G Media Music, or I think they had VSM in there, and the Minimo, I think, and we spent the OP-X. So you have all these sounds in here. They sound exactly the same as they sounded in the V machine, etc. So as you find them in the video, you can have these two in OP-X PRO-II. Clavinets, it really have some great clavinets. So let's quickly load the bank. Clavinets. Okay. It's very snappy. Like the PRO-vet one. This is actually the original PRO-vet. The original clavinet preset that was in the PRO-vet 5 synth. Etc. Let's go on here. Clavinet, the default bank we already saw. It's the sound set. The synth loads on startup. So when you loaded a different bank, you can go back to it by loading the default bank here, and really it showcases several different sounds that are possible with the synth. It's recommended to go through these sounds first to check all the features of the synth, how it can sound, how like all these matrix synth, matrix paths. Power strings. This. So we try to cover a lot of different stuff, going from classic matrix sounds to OP-X sounds to arpeggios, like our Jupiter, Cembalo arp we already had. Up to really experimental matrix sounds or expander sounds. Etc. Check these. These are great sounds as the basic startup sound set of the synth. We have drums bank. We have a demo here which just uses the presets of the drums bank, drums here. They can sound pretty snappy. All generated with oscillators. Several types of bass drums, snare, toms. Etc. And here you have a demo how it sounds when you use a few of these drum sounds sequenced together. So this is all OP-X PRO-II, nothing else. The effects, you have a lot of crazy effects, not only in this bank, but this was the original one. Etc. Effects, you have the empty bank we already covered to create your own banks. E-piano, you have some lush E-pianos here, which you already covered. The famous bank, of course, is the one bank, probably the most people go for the synth, but it's really, as you saw already, it's really not the only reason to buy the synth, even when the sounds really come close to the original sounds. That's why the synth is famous, but it's not the only reason to buy the synth for sure. Nevertheless, let's load them. Etc. Your camera eyes. Etc. Your Luftballons, strings. Etc. Your holiday. Sorry. Okay. Etc. You know, probably know, anyway, you know all these videos, all these demos for prayer. Africa, of course. Etc. etc. So you have all the stuff here. However, note there are other banks containing famous sounds like the new power tone bank. Let's access it here. We downloaded and placed it already. So here on Sound Reloads, power tone bank here also contains famous patches. Maybe let's load it quickly. It's in the downloaded folder. Power tone power tone. You can see here, beginning at here. You have the Madonna, you have the Rebel Yell flute. The Prince stuff here. Etc. Of course, the organ, the crazy organ. I don't know how it goes. Etc. I don't know anymore how it goes, etc. Here we have a lot of famous sounds, and also we just recently released a collection here on the Sound Reload site, which includes all so far released famous sounds extracted from different banks in one package. At the beginning of the video we downloaded these and we installed these, so we have them here in the banks. On one hand, in the banks, famous complete one, it's alphabetically started ABBA, as you can see. Etc. You have the Gimme stuff here. Etc. You have all the Aha, Take On, Leader. Etc. Probably it's not the right key. You have all the stuff, Forever Young. Alphabetically, endlessly. Barclay James Harvest sounds, of course. Many of them. We are big fans here. Bon Jovi, etc. D-Train, Foreigner. Love Pad, yeah. Etc. The Genesis stuff, the Harold Faltermeyer we already covered. This was the letters A to H. The middle one, the middle letters, so Industry Nation. Like something like. Etc. Japan, these are all presets from Adam Borsetti, programmed by him. Kraftwerk stuff, Pink Floyd stuff, like for example Turns Provet. Etc. Prince, we had already Queen, the Queen stuff we already covered, of course. Radio, you name it. Last letter. So in this collection you can find all the sounds, like all the subdivisions versions. See that different versions from which were released in the past. You have several versions of the growl, more mono, more stereo, etc. You can check all of these here. Lots of rush sounds, also from Adam Borsetti from his collection, Simple Minds. It's all the stuff here, The Who, Thomas Dolby, Toto, you already had, Van Halen of course, a lot of stuff, Vangelis, etc. So here you can find all the presets. You also have them available in the, we downloaded them also as single presets, so you can check them here, alphabetically sorted, and load them simply as single preset you need a specific famous patch, maybe from Queen, the organ, so you have it here. Okay. Etc. So let's go on. I said a lot of famous patches, not only in the famous bank, also in other banks. It's all described then here, where you can find all the banks, the famous banks, Richter's, Faltermeyer, D-Train, OJs, in the Borsetti collection, in the A-to-Z loads, etc. F-mod, we also already covered, Innocent Sounds, Jupiter. This is the old Jupiter banks, which too contains some factory sounds, but not as elaborated as in the Jupiter 8 collection, which came later. Nevertheless, it's a great bank with very Jupiterish sounds. Maybe just load it. You really have these typical sounds, like also the classic harp. Or the great pads, the great Jupiter pads. You really need this. You really need these sounds. So Jupiter, LFO pads. We have this also these great, as we covered them already, these great this great stuff here. Drums, we are famous. You already had LFO Matrix. Matrix is too a bank with Matrix 12 inspired sounds. It's the old bank, but nevertheless it has some really great stuff in there. Check it out, check it out. Matrix, Minimoog, I said. Some may not believe that the synth can do Minimoog sounds, but why not? It was it simply was an analog synth. It had a filter. Okay, we probably can't emulate this filter, but some of the typical sounds are in here. This really screams Minimoog. So all these we are great Manfred Mann fans here. We have these old records, so you have to find these together with the very fast vibrato he used. Also, you have to, in the famous bank, I don't know if we can find it here, we also have the George Duke sound from Love Reborn. It's a great sound. Duke Mini Moog here. Sorry. Etc. I had to practice this again. Duke Mini Moog sound. So we were in the Mini Moog area. Oberheim Bank. This has some generic, typical Oberheim sounds in there. So stuff like polyportamento stuff sounds. Which simply, for example, couldn't be 2-bit rate at all. Polyportamento. All the soft strings. Etc. Of course, these aren't the only Oberheim songs. There are tons. It's just a little collection from the old sounds. OP-X Bank. This is the older OP-X Bank, which has some presets we used in our own Oberheim synth. It's not as elaborated as the comparison bank in the downloaded folder, but there are some nice sounds here. Etc. Oh, we have to check on this side how it goes on. OP-X organ banks. There are some really great organs. I said they are possible to do with up to 3 bars using the filter self oscillation as 3rd bar, so you can do these. Etc. You have really authentic organs. By the way, one of the greatest, I think, can be found in the Jupiter Factories preset bank here in Downloaded. By the way, you have 3 versions here. The Jupiter 8 Complete actually includes the factory sounds and has 64 more derived sounds, and these can be found isolatedly here in this bank, so the factories are here. And this has a great organ sound too, namely the pipe. This is the pipe one. No, the drawbar. Hey, what's the drawbar one? Especially when you give lower this one. Typical Jupiter organ. I have to check if the still is running here. I think it does. So pads you have. Of course, these are just some pads. Not all. Not at all. Not at all. Pad you also can find in the Platinum bank here. This, I think this is the third one. So a Matrix 12 pad sound. So you have percussive, it's just some patches of polymorph sounds. You also have this one in the famous bank, of course. So these typical Vox Humana sound. This in the famous bank too, as you remember. Must be somewhere. Turin. It must be before the. Oh, here, the Norman. Here we have a little bit reverb added. You know it from the song. This was a polymorph patch, a typical one. We have the Prophet bank, so we also have cloned a few original Prophet 5 sounds, so these are not all fantasy sounds. Many of them actually were cloned from a real Prophet 5. Let's load the bank. You can compare it on the Synthmania site. So you have the typical. You have the factory stuff. You have factory. The factory cloth here. On the toy piano, it's the original sound. You can compare it. Factory brass. Etc. The factory, I think we also have the factory sync somewhere. Of course, you also find a lot of Prophet 5 sounds in the Platinum bank here. Platinum. You can see here the sections, Jupiter 6. But you have here the syntax, your OBX sound. But you also have your Pro-V 5. Cutting sync sounds, the pads. Up sweeps. So some really typical Pro-V 5 sounds. You have sample and hold bank. We already checked this one, as I remember. Yeah. Just some examples what can be done. Etc. Sample and hold it. We had this one already, the SH 2000 bank. Yeah, it's the original sounds clones from the real synth. The original. So if you want to make them really original, do them to unison, activate just one voice and legato. So you're there, you have all these innocent sounds. These sounds actually were inspired by the Moog sound from Switched On Bake from Wendy Carlos. So they tried to do this in this little synth a bit, yeah? Like the popcorn. Where do we have it? Fast guitar. Wind. So anyone who owns this synth or had owned this will know how this sounds. So we have sweep banks, of course. We have a lot of other sweeps. Platinum. It's described where you can find other ones. Syntax. You have many syntax sounds. And then this is the bank we use to explain the features. So this is a very useful bank to get to know the features of the synth. As we saw already, it's parted into sections describing the features, LFO, detuning, bending, arpeggiator. So you really can go through these presets to learn the features of the synth, which we now, of course, we did now in this video. Yeah, of course, we have the banks from the downloaded site here, the Take On Me bank, which was lately released, the Power Tone bank, the Retrotone bank is a bank we highly recommend to check out. Retrotone. Here we have again a mini Moog sound which was inspired by a video of Synthmania. Maybe you know the video this sound comes from. We have a lot of very special sounds like the Kochbeck mini Moog, multi Moog, not mini Moog. It's the synth Kochbeck, the keyboardist, used for the Carsten Born track from the 3 question marks, 3 Fragezeichen in German. How is it going? Maybe you can find it somewhere, the video where he plays this sound. It's a fascinating track and a fascinating sound, really, and we really had to clone it for the synth. Yeah, we have other famous patches like the Marillion lead. How's it going? Etc. I had to practice it. Of course, we have all these Madonna inspired listen to this bass. Like great arpeggios too. So, I think we pretty much covered many of the sounds, gave an oversight, we covered all the features. So as you can see, the synth really offers a lot to you, not only sounds but a lot of features. It may be complicated in the beginning, but you can do a lot on just one page. It's 142 parameters available on one page. So when you know how to operate it, you can very quickly program and use the synth. Okay, goodbye and have much fun with the synth.